Katrina, can I just do a sound check again from my
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for the slight delay. We were just making sure all staff were connected who are in the position to answer your questions, and I think we're good to go at this point. Welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of June 9th, 2022, reconvening from May 18th, 25th, 26th, and 31st. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, and as such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. Committee members participating by electronic means are reminded, in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, your video must be enabled in order to confirm quorum. Members are also asked to please advise the clerk if you need to leave the meeting. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The staff contact information has been circulated to you. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them together in partnership as we continue to build this great city. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions and the incredible hard work of our City of Vancouver staff, who do work hard every single day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Carr in the chair. Mayor Stewart.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry. Here. Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh.
Present.
Councillor Kirby Young. You have quorum, Chair Carr.
Thank you. So let's go over the plan for the day. Before we begin, I want to note our longstanding commitment as a city to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders, and remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, please avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. As a reminder, this meeting today is scheduled from 3 to 10 p.m. We will recess at 5 p.m. for dinner and reconvene at 6 p.m. Finally, I would like to remind you that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in a final written form before you introduce them. And please ensure the clerk has received your amendments by using the council meeting amendments DL. They will respond back, of course, with a confirmation. So on May 31st, the committee completed hearing from speakers and also heard staff's closing remarks and presentation on the Broadway plan, which is the subject of this continued standing committee. On May 18th, the committee approved a third round of questions to staff after the completion of speakers. So we will now continue with those questions. So council, any questions to staff? I see a number of you on the roster, and I will start. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple questions I want to get through in the time I have. And the first one just relates to kind of sequencing a bit, because I think we've heard a lot of discussion from parties around how and where and when to build density in the city. And I'm wondering, given that council has the Vancouver plan coming to us next month in July, why staff are sequencing it, that we're considering the Broadway plan before the Vancouver plan, and why we didn't potentially do it the other way around. Because we hear from a lot of speakers, well, we like to see low density across the city and not towers. Will the Broadway plan presuppose the Vancouver plan? So I'm wondering if staff can comment on that.
That's a great question. Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young, for asking that. Of course, the timing of the Broadway plan has been delayed somewhat, and the timing of and has tracked kind of on par with the Vancouver plan, and it really just came out as in terms of just timing. Ideally, of course, you would do a citywide plan before the Broadway plan. But in this particular reason, we had some agreements with the province to bring this forward. It's just kind of an unusual sequencing of events that the two have landed so closely together. But given the council's very full schedule for June and July, if we delayed this past the Vancouver plan, this council would not be able to receive the Broadway plan. There's just too many public hearing dates and reserved dates.
But conceivably, we could have switched the order since we're just weeks apart, right?
Excuse me, Councillor Kirby Young, I wonder if you could speak more directly into your mic.
Sorry, I have
It's
a
little-
very short mic here. It doesn't always
Oh, I
pick
see
up.
that.
Yeah, it's really short. You have to sort of lean over it. I said conceivably, though, we could have switched the order, though, since we're only literally weeks apart. Could we not?
Hindsight's 2020, I think we probably could have.
Okay. For time, I'm going to move on to my next question, and it's really around what I'm calling the Great Street debate with respects to what we have in front of us today. I think it's more around housing philosophy and strategy and land use, and yet there is a discussion coming out with respects to how best to use the street and how have, in terms of being an east-west connector, commercial traffic, desire to decrease personal cars, micromobility, potentially triple bike lane, an enhanced pedestrian realm, et cetera. And I'm wondering philosophically if you see that as sort of a fulsome discussion on its own. So let me frame the question specifically. If council were to commit explicitly to AAA bike lanes, does that limit us having a more fulsome conversation about how we could best manage all of those different things that have to go on the street? Even if council has aspirations to have a great pedestrian realm, because we've heard that public amenities could be strengthened in the plan and people want to have more livability, wider streets can provide patios, more green space, all those kinds of things. We want people to get more into micromobility and other things, but we're also hearing from staff, we're only going to see, I think it was a 15% decrease in surface traffic with the Broadway plan, and cars still have to get through because we don't have another major connector of the same capacity across the city. So would we be limiting our options if we are prescriptively select that versus giving direction to staff to come back and say, okay, here are your trade-offs and your options in terms of street design?
Right, that's a great question. I'm going to ask Paul Storr to answer that for us.
Great, thank you for the question. In terms of the direction that council gives, there's a lot of work that would need to be done if we were looking at kind of modified design for the great streets, including, if we were to include protected bike lanes. So in either case, there's a lot of design work and engagement that would need to be done, and we probably need to bring the results of that back to council in the future. So if council were to instruct us, if council were to ask to direct about a protected bike lane, we would probably be bringing the results of that investigation back to council, and if in one way or the other.
Okay, but if we direct a protected bike lane, based on the closing comments the staff provided at the last meeting when we wrapped speakers, we would be compromising the pedestrian realm at this point. Is that correct?
Well, there were still kind of two ways to approach it. One would be reducing the travel lanes to basically a lane in either direction, and the other would be not widening the sidewalks in the way that we've proposed within the plan. So we could still investigate those depending on the council direction.
What will not widening the sidewalks, how will that make the public realm feel with the more density in the taller towers?
Well, it would really depend on the block, I would say, because there are some places where there are already fairly wide sidewalks, or places where we could achieve that through developments. But overall, it would limit how much space we had for sidewalks, but it would definitely depend on the area within the plan.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Thanks, and Councillor Kirby Young, I noticed that you just went over just slightly, but if you had any other questions, I did check with the clerk, and for all of council's information, if there was a desire to ask more questions, it is possible for a motion to be placed on the floor of council to again go beyond the procedure bylaw for a fourth round. It takes a 2/3 vote to suspend the procedure bylaw, but that is possible. Councillor DeGenova, you are up next, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. We still have more questions after this. We might be in trouble. Sorry. I'm wondering, my first question is, I'm wondering if staff can talk a little bit about why I'm not sure why the feedback. The Safeway site at 2315 West 4th was left out of the Broadway plan. And as you come up to answer that question, I'm wondering if there's a possibility to include that in the plan.
I'll ask Kevin McNaney to answer that question for us.
Thanks, Councillor. Kevin McNaney, Director of Strategic Initiatives for Planning. When we found the boundaries for the Broadway plan back when we brought to council the terms of reference, we took a look at walking distance from the stations. And obviously we had to pick a boundary somewhere. And even to get down to 4th Avenue, which made sense as a sort of a psychological boundary for the plan, it was a little bit further than from the stations, but we had to choose a boundary and that's what we chose. So things north of 4th Avenue are outside the boundary and they'll be considered in future planning such as for UBCX and Van Plan.
Okay, thanks. Just a follow-up question to that, sorry, you may want to stay there, is we have actually received, all of council has received a letter from the applicant stating their intention to move forward with this site. So knowing that was happening and also knowing the blowback that council can get for spot rezonings, was there not some consideration to including that in the plan so that the neighborhood would have some scope as to what they could expect, and also the public benefits could possibly be negotiated ahead of time?
I don't know when we received that letter, but given the planning process has been underway for 3 years now, expanding the boundaries at this point, since the council's already received the plan, we've already done consultation on the plan, would not be possible.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question is on affordable home ownership and why, considering council has passed and directed staff to do work on this in 14 different motions across the city, affordable home ownership was not included in the Broadway plan. I do see that staff is supportive of an amendment that I plan on bringing forward, but I'm just wondering why it wasn't initially included in the plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Dan Garrison, Assistant Director Planning for Housing Policy. We initially, the plan and the affordable housing elements of the plan did focus on rental as the mode of delivery of affordability, both market, below market, and support for nonprofit and co-op housing. So we didn't look at affordable home ownership in this planning exercise. Where we are planning to look at it right now is through work in the Making Home Multiplex initiative as a start, looking at the construct. But we've also heard a lot of council interest, of course, in affordable home ownership. So we are willing and able to expand the scope of that a little bit to look at what the implications would be around delivery of affordable home ownership in larger sort of multifamily apartment forms as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to confirm that staff is supportive of the amendment that was sent in, that I see in my very nicely color-coded legend here.
Yes,
That this is something that could be worked into the plan if council were to approve that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, certainly.
Thanks very much. Also had a question on another amendment that I'd put forward that would allow some heritage retention and you know, for the possibility of up to 14 stories in some of the village areas, and this was very specific to heritage. I'm wondering if staff see any issue with that, if this really means the difference between having arts and cultural space, as we heard from some of the speakers that came to speak to us, that was a barrier and an issue without having that option for development.
And I'll ask John to answer this question for us, but we do see the ability to go to 14 stories as being detrimental to being able to retain the character of those particular villages. John, did you want to respond to that, or maybe Kevin? Oops.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for the question. Just to expand on that a bit. So really, since the early phases of the Broadway plan, the village concept is something that the community's felt is really cherished, and especially that lower scale. And so we felt enabling potentially a mid-rise option for heritage retention and expansion of arts and cultural space could still fit in with that sort of village character, but getting up to 14 stories would be in a tower form and start to quite significantly depart from that village land use policy.
Thank you very much. I'll leave my questions there.
That's great. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Weeb, over to you for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, my first question is on the Support Reconciliation First Nations. I spoke last time about the partnerships with Musqueam and Squamish, recognizing that in the report back it says that they'll be more collaborative and there'll be opportunities in the implementation component of it. Can you speak what are those partnership opportunities we'll have with the three nations, recognizing that two of the nations weren't involved in the current planning?
John, could you address that for us, please?
Thanks, Councillor. So through plan implementation, there will be a number of opportunities for all three host nations to be involved, and we will continue to reach out and seek those collaborative partnerships with all three nations. One example is in the Creative District, this notion of a cultural ribbon tying together sort of the lands along the Great Northern Way campus with public art, public realm features, and other opportunities to embed Indigenous voices and visibility on the land. As well, throughout other public realm initiative parks and public spaces, there will be opportunities for the host nations to contribute and partner on those projects.
I guess when you look at the first guide, it talks about cultural competency, it talks about economic empowerment, mutual respect. It talks about some really big concepts about changing the way we do planning, not having the two host nations involved at all. I really struggle on this one. So I'm just, how are we doing it with mutual respect? How are we actually making sure they're involved in what this plan looks like? Because they haven't been involved so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a challenge, and we know with the nations, they get lots of requests and they have limited times and resources to contribute and collaborate. We reached out multiple times over the past 3 years and do have an active partnership with Tsleil-Waututh. Squamish is interested and will continue to reach out. And we see an array of opportunities for collaboration through implementation, Broadway plan being a policy plan, but as specific projects roll out, there'll be many of those opportunities.
Okay, I'm still struggling with that one. The next is on the commercial areas and the small businesses. It talked that the DCEs, or development cost expectations, weren't able to reduce the speculation and the rise in commercial areas that rose significantly above the city average in the Broadway core. Can you talk about what we're doing to ensure that the legacy businesses in these regions that make the communities have an opportunity to still be part of them?
Yes, Chris, would you respond to that?
So I'm hoping you can repeat the last part of that question.
Yeah, so on page 13, it talks about how these areas, the commercial areas, significantly rose in property values. So how are we going to create a plan? I know in the Mount Pleasant implementation plan, there are significant ways that we're going to ensure that legacy businesses could stay in the area, and there was DCEs to keep some of the arts and culture actually buying their facilities. So how are we going to ensure that small business has a place in this plan?
Well, so the first thing the plan does is starts with a focus on intensifying job space, which provides more in the way of opportunity. So with more space, we're hoping that rents would reflect the increased amount. We also know that the other thing I need to note as well, and I think I noticed this last time, was that the DCE was intended to provide guidance to property sales and transactions. And at the end of the program will expire. We will then be moving to a system of our regular negotiated process. So the CAC policy would be implemented and developed as part of the Broadway plan implementation, and would start to reflect, the regular land values that are in place now.
But I assume the DCE was put in place so that the values of these commercial properties didn't go significantly above.
Yeah, and
right? Wasn't that the goal of that, was to bring land values at an appropriate rate so we could try to build these communities as we design the plan?
it was meant to avoid speculation in the land market while planning was underway, so that, the industry was well aware of what the city was looking for, both in terms of priority housing and jobs, and in terms of a quantitative value that was assigned to properties. So yes, it was meant to tamp down speculation. I have to say that it was the first policy of its kind in North America that we could find, and we have some learnings from that process that we will take away.
The cultural landscapes, these cultural zones, are colored in the maps on page 440. However, they're not reflected in the guidelines that show yellow coloring of 20 to 25 stories for an area. Why is the cultural areas not better reflected in the small area plans?
I probably have to defer to John Grottenberg for that.
And just before you get up, John, you're at your time. However, I see other councillors who have already asked questions on the list. So I'm going to suggest that we, some councillor who is on the list for the first time could make that motion to have a fourth round by suspending the procedure bylaw. Thanks, Councillor Weed. Over to you, Councillor Swanson, for up to 5.
Yeah, thanks. So first question, what % of dem-evicted renters do you anticipate will take up the right of first refusal?
So I'm going to ask Dan to take a shot at that one, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. So just to be totally frank, we don't know at this point how many, what proportion of the renters will take up the right of first refusal who are in impacted buildings. It is a new policy for us. In the past, we haven't seen a really high proportion of renters that are displaced by redevelopment taking up right of first refusal. But again, that's partly because you know, the right of first refusal to return wasn't the kind of deeply discounted rents that we would be securing should council approve the plan today. So we do think it will be a more significant number of the renter households taking up right of first refusal under this plan than we've seen in the past, but it's very hard to assess how many or what proportion.
Yeah, in Burnaby, it's so far it's 72%.
Well, what I understand from the Burnaby approach and the numbers is 72% have indicated an interest in taking up the right of first refusal, which of course is a good indicator as a start. But what I'm interested in seeing in Burnaby and in our projects in Vancouver is how many tenants actually take up that right of first refusal when the building is completed at the end and move back. So that's, I think, what we're going to be keenly watching in Burnaby and working closely in Vancouver projects as well.
Okay. Is there any way that the city could hold off demolishing perfectly good co-ops on city leased land until later in the 30-year timeline of the plan rather than at the beginning of it?
Yeah, I think our staff in ACCS and non-market housing operations and development are looking at that as they manage the VAHF portfolio and as they work with the co-op sector, with Co-op Housing Federation of BC and the individual co-ops on those issues. So certainly we're balancing off the existing co-op stock and the role that it plays in the housing sector, but also the opportunity to generate more affordable housing. So that is ongoing work that that our staff team in VAHF and ACCS will be working with the co-ops to develop.
Have co-ops in the Broadway plan area actually been told that they're going to be redeveloped soon?
I'm not aware of the details of the communication. I know that work is going on through the separate work that's underway related to the city's co-op lease renewal framework and the implementation of that framework. So I'm not up to date on exactly what communication has gone to which co-ops under that strategy. Something I could follow up on, Councillor.
That'd be great. I'd like to know that. Another question, probably not for you, Dan. Several people have suggested that it would be good to phase in the development so that the first phase is around the stations and maybe around the RS and RT areas and preserving the apartment areas. So is anything like this phasing planned? And if not, why?
I'll ask John to respond to that.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. So in terms of potential phasing, we are not proposing that through the Broadway plan. We do expect more significant development in the centers along Broadway close to the stations in the short term and in the short to medium term in the low density areas. In the RM apartment districts, the land use policy has been very carefully calibrated to ensure that we see incremental gradual change and redevelopment. So staff felt that there wasn't a need for a specific pacing or phasing mechanism, but that incremental change will happen as a result of the carefully crafted policy.
When you say carefully calibrated, does that mean that you're increasing the costs for the developer so that they won't make a huge profit, so they might wait a little longer to take advantage of it, something like that?
Yeah, so in the apartment areas, we've done extensive economic testing, and with the enhanced tenant protections, the height and density being proposed, measures such as limiting towers per block, et cetera, and the value of existing buildings, we feel that will occur sort of quote unquote naturally in an incremental way in those areas.
That's it for your time, Councillor Swanson. Yeah. Councillor
Thank you.
Dominato, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll move to suspend the procedure bylaws to allow a fourth round of questions.
Okay, Council, that does require 2/3 vote. I'm just going to test for consensus first on that. All those in favor say yay.
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 Any opposed say nay. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. We'll have that fourth round. Go ahead. I'm going to restart your timer.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a couple of follow-up questions from our last meetings. Just for staff, if you could just clarify, because I think it's important for the public. There's been a lot of questions around public benefits and implications for community amenities. Is that this is a 30-year plan proposal, so very long range, but the public benefits strategy that's included is 10-year. Is that correct?
Yes, it only covers the growth that we anticipate will occur within the first 10 years. Could be higher, could be less. And of course, all of that will be kind of decided through the capital plan, but that was our best guess scenario.
Okay. And from your perspective, my experience is more dealing with policy strategies, and they've typically been 3 to 5 years, is how, if this is adopted by council, how do we ensure it's nimble in that things can change? And is there a way to sort of evaluate after, do you re-examine,
absolutely.
do you bring it back to council after several years? What does that look like from your experience in urban planning?
Yes, absolutely. And we will work closely with the finance department, and Grace, I believe, is on the call, and she can respond to this too. But it is the city council's direction and decision on capital projects. This would serve as staff guidance, as input into that capital plan process, but it could certainly be changed at the direction of the council.
And just speaking to broadly the overall plan, we have mechanisms though to adapt the plan as needed over time. So
Yes.
I guess I'm trying to get to,
Yes.
it's not, okay, if council endorses a 30-year plan today, it's locked in stone and
No, it's not. It's not locked in stone. And I believe in our implementation section, we have a review in 3 years. Is that correct? 5 years. In 5 years? Yes.
Thank you. And just further to that, there was a number of speakers who spoke to concerns about adequate green space. And I see there is provisions for not only updates to parks, but also park acquisition, additional land acquisition for parks. In your estimation, is it sufficient? Does there need to be further direction from council about more park acquisition? Because I know it is embedded, but I don't know that people saw that in the plan.
Yeah, and I'll ask John to help me on this, but as my recollection is, we have $98 million in the first 10 years for park acquisition and improvement and a number of parks. Of course, we recognize that this particular area of town is deficient. We'd like to see more. If those revenues come in higher, there can be sufficient allocation. But it was the staff's direction at the time that affordable rental be the primary goal of this plan. So the lion's share of the initial public benefit strategies, $455 million in affordable rental, and I think another $100 million in childcare. Those were clearly our priorities in this first round.
And I did an interview this morning around the success of cities' pop-up plazas and permanent plazas. Is that contemplated as part of the delivery of housing? Because we have seen that with some developments that come for rezoning, but embedding that and integrating public realm, public plaza space, because it has been so successful throughout a number of neighborhoods.
Yes. And thank you for the question. That's a great question. After hearing one of the park commissioners speak at one of our early rounds, I actually went back to review my understanding of the plan, and in, probably a dozen pages in the plan are embedded ideas for pop-up plazas and public-private space and more urban types of ways to recapture open space and park space for the enjoyment of the residents and employees of the district.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then my last question right now is around neighborhood plans. We also did hear from a number of residents who've participated over the years in community plus neighborhood plans, like Mount Pleasant, for example, Kitsilano. Yep. Is there an opportunity, like right now, the proposal is to rescind all those as part of this work and adopting a new plan? Is there an opportunity to take pieces of that, or are they already, some of that already embedded in the plan? I think there was some, looking for some clarification. I know it's a big question and maybe it can be taken up by others later, but.
Sure, and yes, we do believe that we have captured the significant parts of the Mount Pleasant plan. And if under your third, like, giant kind of row here, you'll see a very detailed explanation of that. I don't want to take up your time by reading it, but we do believe that we've captured the essence of that in particular. And quite honestly, we'd like to repeal these. We don't support keeping them in place because we want to reduce and minimize the confusion and the overlap. And so because we think we've gotten the important parts of it, the parts that are meaningful to the community, we don't see the necessity of keeping the two.
You are.
Thank you,
over
and that's my
You
time.
You can go back on the list if you like. So I've got a few questions. My first is just a follow-up to the question that was asked around the station area plans. I'm wondering if you are doing them, and we've seen them along the other parts of the subway system, the SkyTrain system. Are you doing specific station area plans, or does this plan actually suffice as station area plans?
John, would you like to address that for us?
Sorry, Councillor, if you could please repeat the first part of the question.
Yeah, so we've seen station area plans, along the Expo line, for example. But in this case, in this plan, are we doing station area plans? Are you proceeding with that? Or is this plan itself sufficing as instructions around station area development?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So this plan does incorporate the station area planning. So it does include detailed land use policy, not only for the immediate station areas, but also for the larger neighborhoods. And there'll be further work through plan implementation as part of our supportive policies agreement with TransLink, for example, on more detailed public realm planning around the stations specifically. So there'll be more stations focused work coming out as part of implementation.
Okay. The report does actually state that there's an expectation that the station areas will develop first. Is that, though, up to the market, or are we actually directing development along the station area, in the station areas first?
That will be largely up to the market. The heights and densities proposed in the plan, we expect will be, attractive for development in the short term. We know from industry there is interest in the immediate station areas, given, the new subway and people wanting to live and work close to transit. So we do expect there'll be development in the stations in the short term.
Okay. A second question, not on the sort of planning and station development. A number of the speakers talked about how tall towers are not green, are not climate friendly. I wonder if we could have a response from staff around that particular statement.
Yes, thank you for the question. And I believe we've got Doug Smith on the line, our Assistant Director for Sustainability. Doug, could you address that question for us, please?
Yeah, absolutely, Teresa, Chair and Council. So regarding tall buildings, if you look at the full life cycle analysis associated with them, when you're looking at the transportation, they support the materials in the buildings and the greenhouse gases, sort of on a per person or per square meter perspective. Tall buildings and medium-sized buildings are actually fairly similar. The other thing to consider is, while concrete by itself is absolutely a fairly carbon-intensive material, the use of mass timber is essentially outright allowable up to 12 stories, but you can go much higher than that with just a special consideration with the Chief Building Official office. And we do have multiple buildings going through the process right now that are 30, 40 stories that involve significant amounts of mass timber. So there is sustainability. Staff have no concerns with larger buildings being not sustainable. The other thing I would add is that based on the regulations that Council just approved, pretty well all new buildings going forward now will have a 90% less operational carbon within the buildings. So that, combined with the reduction in embodied carbon that Council also approved going forward, means that pretty well all of our buildings are very similar as far as greenhouse gas footprint.
Similar to shorter building forms, is that?
That is correct. Yeah, I think the greenest buildings would be the taller and medium-sized buildings, and then the single-family homes would probably be the least green, just because of the amount of resources that are required per person to support those buildings, especially when you look at infrastructure, utilities, roads, land, all of those things.
Great, thank you. I have another question around tall buildings. It was raised by another speaker around the issues around social isolation. That tall buildings, can lead to greater social isolation. And what is this plan doing to enhance the public gathering places or social spaces? I just returned from a set of international meetings around environment in Europe, where they had buildings with squares in the inside of a circle of buildings with real socialization opportunities. Are we contemplating those kinds of things in this plan?
Yes, I'm going to ask Kevin Spans to answer that question. I heard that too. Kevin, can you address that for us?
And you know what? I'm not going to go over time, but I'm going to go on a second time, and you can be ready to answer the question then. Thanks so much. Councillor Fry, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. And just to acknowledge, I unfortunately had to miss the first day of questions, so
Okay.
going to do a little catching up for lost time. I just want to jump back onto the conversations that people had about starting with the station areas. And I'm wondering if you've been in conversation with the province and TransLink around the recent changes to the Transportation Act that contemplate sort of accelerated ability for TransLink to purchase and develop property in the immediate vicinity of stations and how that impacts this plan.
I'm going to ask our general manager for engineering to respond to that. Thanks, Lon.
Yes, hello, Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. The legislation changes that the province is enacting with respect to TransLink actually opens up the possibility of them doing an integrated development site. Prior to this change, the existing legislation prohibits TransLink from doing an integrated station site. And so we only have 2 integrated stations on the Broadway line, which is at Granville and at Great Northern Way. And that's because there was a willing developer who could take on that obligation on behalf of, instead of the TransLink operations or TransLink agency.
So I understand it gives them about 800 meters from the transit station. So it's not just about integrated stations. And I recognize that what you're saying is there will not be integrated stations for the majority of stations that we're currently contemplating because it wasn't built in and we can't cantilever over a station or whatever. Is there any sense of how this might trigger TransLink purchasing of land and speculation in and around stations and even expropriation?
Well, in our hopes is, and our expectation is that they would purchase land strategically, similar to the way the city does when we're anticipating big changes down the road, so that this would ultimately reduce the cost of constructing the project as their primary objective. And then any excess land wouldn't have to be sold, but rather could be an integrated development could be achieved on the station site.
So you said your hopes, though. You haven't had the conversations with the province yet. They haven't really indicated, or TransLink?
Well, and TransLink, they do have a real estate arm that we could ask what their aspirations are. But at this point, I think it's pretty clear that their aspirations is to lower the cost of their projects ultimately.
Okay, that might be something for a report back at a later date, but I appreciate that. And this might be more of a question for Dan Garrison. I know we're talking about a lot of renter protections. We're talking about tenant relocation protections, all these pieces, and right of first refusal. And that's, but where are we now with accurate rent rolls of what kind of rents people, what kind of security of tenure we have in all these apartments throughout the contemplated area? We recognize there's a lot of affordable rental here, and my leading question here is the concerns about building clearouts and stuff, maybe in advance of an assembly 3 years down the line, that they start clearing out buildings now. So by the time of the DP, they've already cleared out the tenants or what have you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So our best source of data that we have right now in terms of detailed rent information about the rental buildings in the area is the CMHC annual rental survey, and they do a very robust assessment of all the rental buildings, particularly in larger buildings, the rental units in those buildings. So that's our main source of data in terms of rent rolls and knowing who's living in the buildings, what the rents are, et cetera. In terms of the renter protections, I think one thing that's important to think about is the number of changes that have been made over the last couple of years to the Residential Tenancy Act itself through the provincial government and the increased protections that are in place now as a result of that. I think the sort of clear out of a building, as you're referencing, is a more difficult thing to do today than it would have been a number of years ago, and that's partly because, of course, the province has put in place measures such as putting the onus on the landlord to prove that a vacant possession is required to do a renovation. That now requires the landlord to get permission from the residential tenancy branch to do that. So those kinds of improvements, the end of fixed-term tenancies, for example, another very important way to avoid clear out of buildings. So all of those protections that have been put in place by the province, the city's protections through the tenant relocation plan requirements that are related to rezonings, development permit applications, and ultimately building and occupancy permit applications, those are the main protections we have in place.
Is it true that we don't apply empty homes tax to purpose-built apartment buildings as long as they have just one unit occupied?
Yes, it's true. And the main reason for that is that the empty homes tax is applied on the property basis. So if you look at a strata titled apartment building, it's a number of separate properties within the strata plan, whereas a rental building counts as one property.
Yep, you're welcome to go back on the list, Councillor Fry. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Quick follow-up question to that, Dan, sorry. But don't we not do the empty homes tax on strata?
Yes, indeed. The empty homes tax is charged on a folio basis, so on the property basis, and so on a strata property, yes, the empty homes tax, if that unit meets the test of being deemed vacant, then the empty homes tax would apply.
Okay, thank you. So the question before was recognizing the map on page 440 shows cultural landscapes and different important parts of the neighborhood. However, those aren't reflected on the area plans. I'm just wondering if we can speak to that.
Yep.
This is including kind of the Canby Quarter area, Delamont Village, Main Street. So there's little pockets that are seen on the paper. Yeah, so can you speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for the question. So, this is, as you can see before, your very large and complex plan, and the land use policy, those chapters do lay out, in those colored maps, what the land use policy is for a given area. To understand what could happen on a given property, one would have to refer to different chapters, including the heritage chapter, jobs and economy, and other chapters. And I think what we can do potentially through implementation is develop some resources or guides to help better navigate some of the more complex policy. Those areas also include further work through plan implementation, such as the preparation of statements of significance and other heritage-focused work. So that's why they're called out specifically in that chapter. And some of that work may not tie directly to land use. So it's another layer, if you will, to look at with the land use policy.
But for clarity, we've mapped out block to block certain densities. And however, we also have another page that talks about those exact same blocks not being ones that can be developed. So why would we put it on the one page as something could be 20 stories and another page say it can't? That's kind of the clarity, because people are looking at it going, this is a city-owned heritage block and you're putting it as 25 stories, and yet 400 pages later you have a different color saying it won't be. So I'm wondering really what the reasoning was on kind of, it's really complicated in that sense, and I understand that, but this clarity is really important to the public and to councillors, and so I really want to know kind of the clarity and the decision making that went behind that.
Yeah, so those, the land use chapters and those maps are general land use. It's not, and I could see how it could be misinterpreted that every given property in there could develop up to 20 stories or whatever is indicated there. There's a whole range of different considerations, heritage being one of those, that would provide site-specific guidance about the development potential of that site.
Okay, my next one is on greening. In the policy, it talks a lot about adding trees and canopy. However, we're not seeing that funding in the capital plan. We're also not seeing a lot of opportunities for expanding that green space to deliver those trees. So can you speak a little bit about how we're going to ensure access to nature is being developed through this plan, recognizing what we're seeing in capital planning coming up to us next month?
Right, and I think we talked about this a little bit earlier. There is $98 million dedicated in this plan to improving those parks. However, there's not any undeveloped land in this area. So what we've tried to do is reach a balance by working with some private public green space and plazas and alternative types of accommodations.
We are seeing a lot of those private areas being fenced off in the downtown core or being redeveloped now. So people are a little bit concerned about us moving to a model where we create public-private areas that in future could be redeveloped. So can we speak a little bit to how we're hoping that won't happen on the Broadway corridor? And then I guess actually I'll move on to my next question. Next question is Appendix K talked about the performance of properties, and we talked about what happens after you get to a 8 FSR, recognizing we're seeing projects come in at 12.6 and higher, and that we should be able to capture more land lift and amenities to deliver the amenity package that we're hoping to deliver. So can we wonder why Appendix K has not been dealt with?
Right, and we do have Blair from Coriolis on the line, and Blair, perhaps you could answer that question for us?
Sure. Thanks, Councillor. Blair Erb here from Coriolis. I'm not sure exactly what you're looking at because I do not have it in front of me, I must confess. But the 12 FSR that you referred to would be on a C3A site. So you have to be making sure you're looking at a C3A pro forma example. And I believe the examples we provided showed that the density would have to be well in excess of 10 FSR on a C3A site in order to achieve 20% below market rental.
And what happens when it gets above 12?
Councillor Weep, you're out of time. Councillor Bligh, and my apologies, Councillor Bligh, I realized that you hadn't been on yet, so.
No problem at all, Chair. I do appreciate it. I just have a couple of follow-up questions in reflecting what we heard from speakers. Actually, I think one of the, it was our former Director of Planning, Brent Hodder, and he referenced our tenant protections in this plan being the best in North America. And I thought that's quite a lofty statement. And I wondered if we can confirm that that's actually true.
Dan, would you like to come up here and brag about that?
Hi, thanks. Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, I would say, we're careful about making such definitive statements as Brent Todderan did, but I mean, they're certainly the best, most robust tenant protections that we've found in any of the jurisdictions that we've looked at. There are elements in other places in Toronto that are good. There's elements in some of the US cities that are very good. But we think on balance, in terms of the overall tenant protection sort of structure that we're proposing here, this is the most robust that we've found.
Right, and is that also relative to the size of the area that we're planning for in the Broadway corridor?
Well, in the Broadway corridor and the city's rental stock, we are a city with a relatively large rental stock. So if you look, some of the cities that have maybe smaller rental stocks have done some interesting small things, but in terms of the breadth and depth of our tenant protections, I think that the scale of our stock is definitely one of the challenges, and so the application of this approach is that much more, I think, important.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Moving on to what extent have staff engaged with the province and the Vancouver School Board as it relates to long-range facilities planning related to increasing the density of the Broadway corridor, and then, of course, what that means for schools and planning for schools in that area, particularly elementary schools that we see are most often at capacity?
Right. John, come on up.
Hi, Councillor. Thanks for the questions. So staff have engaged regularly with Vancouver School Board staff throughout the planning process. We have not engaged directly with the province, but we've talked to VSB probably 10 times or so throughout the process as we're developing our policies, sharing our growth projections in terms of housing population as we're developing that work. So we've been engaging with them regularly, and they have identified the need for school expansions and a need for a new elementary school in the future. And so we've worked very closely with them on that file.
Okay, that's helpful. And noting that you haven't engaged with the province yet and whether direction of that nature would be helpful. I'm tying this back to the letter that we received from Minister David Eby, Minister of Housing, advocating for the Broadway plan in recognizing that schools are a provincial responsibility. I'm curious what the opportunity is there to sort of close that loop, so to speak, to ensure that we are speaking to the province about schools and long-range planning and not necessarily putting it onto the school board, which respond to, budgets that are allocated from the province.
Absolutely, that's a good point, and we certainly will, through our intergovernmental relations office, reach out to the province.
Okay, thank you. The final one I would like, my final question is, we hear often around human scale built form and the desire to have lower density, lower rise housing that suits the needs of those that are looking for housing in our city, particularly around affordability and average income. And could you please reflect back how, if we could get there, why are we not putting that in this plan?
Right. I think that's a great question. I'll have John come up and respond to it specifically, but I think this plan delivers the entire range, right? From 30, 40-story towers all the way down to protecting the villages. But John, can you respond to that more?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So just to elaborate on that a bit further, so certainly the plan does propose a range of scales, so up to 30 to 40 stories in the station areas, away from the stations in Broadway and Broadway itself, into the, for example, the lower density areas. We're looking at, generally up to 6 stories, also ground-oriented multiplex forms, up to 12 to 18 stories in other areas. So we see there being a range of scales and housing types throughout the Broadway neighborhoods that will meet different needs and different preferences.
And so it's staff's opinion that was sufficient in sort of human scale built form balancing some of the higher density built form.
Yeah, and a key strategy as part of that is the villages. So on those key, chair shopping streets, keeping the heights low as well.
Great. Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well timed. Councillor Fry.
Great segue on the village question, because I'm curious, what defines a village? It seems that we're defining villages based on sort of heritage streetscapes as opposed to the actual functional use of, say streets like Arbutus south of Broadway or Burrard north of Broadway, where there's smaller scale, local serving businesses, but they're not old.
Yep. I'm going to ask Kevin to respond to that.
Sure, that's a great question, Councillor Fry. We definitely take into account the uses and the legacy businesses that are in these villages as being actually the thing that drives the heart of these villages. It's not necessarily related to only the built form or only something that's reflective of heritage. It is really about the community of businesses and residents in these villages and the way that they become a unique reflection of the culture of the city. So yes, there is sort of a heritage element. Often they do have smaller scale heritage buildings, but it is really that essence of these villages that we're looking to reflect and protect through the built form policies.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to roll through because I have all my questions and not nearly as many rounds as all these other guys. So,
okay.
Park delivery. I understand that there's been some concerns expressed from the park board. I'm not sure if it's from park board planners or from just the board themselves, that we're not meeting the sort of objectives of green space to humans. We're Parks team. Can you run through how we engaged with Parks?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
On this
yeah.
work?
Parks was an integral part of the team, and they were included in all the meetings. When we did come to, I think it was around January, we started putting the public benefit strategies together. I can tell you that there was $7 billion, is that right? $7 billion worth of asks from all the departments. And of course, we only had $1 billion to allocate. So a number of the departments were not happy, with, but they understood the prioritization. They understood that this initial prioritization was for affordable housing and childcare. But Parks was intimately involved with the development of all of these.
Okay, well, I may have to table that one. It seems that's a big piece of what makes our cities livable and what people cherish about Vancouver.
Yes.
do we see options for increasing that green space through this plan in other ways that aren't necessarily public parks?
Well, yes, and there's a lot of strategies embedded in the plan to look for different types of public open space and private public open space. And I also was thinking that Falls Creek South, that had been kind of cut out of this plan, does have potentially 22 acres of open space, and that is certainly immediately adjacent and very accessible to the residents and businesses of this corridor.
I want to shift, I guess, to a question about Broadway and the function of Broadway, and maybe this is a Lon question or Paul question. There's been notions around making Broadway a car light street, and I'm just curious, what does that mean to you, and what is the function of an arterial? Can we, by going car light, are we getting rid of that modal transportation, or are we shifting it elsewhere? What does Broadway going car light mean?
That's a good question. That's where it would be helpful if council was specific in their direction on this. Just worth mentioning, though, Broadway as a major road network in our region, the actual design that we would come up with would be kind of done cooperatively with TransLink and the other agencies that have an interest. It's also a truck route, which is a regional truck route. And so in terms of what we can deliver, it is going to have to kind of meet other needs in the region in addition to what we aspire in the city of Vancouver.
So if Broadway was to go car light, where do the cars disappear, or do the cars go somewhere else?
Well, if you say car light, I guess, again, I can think of 5 different versions of what that looks like around the world. But car light could be an even surface all the way across where cars are occasionally permitted just to do deliveries. Car light could mean reducing it to 1 lane of traffic in each direction and traffic calming. So it's, I think that's kind of open to interpretation. I don't think we have a technical...
So let's interpret it as functionally less cars on Broadway. Does that mean that there's less cars in the city of Vancouver, or where would we put the cars if there are still cars?
Yeah, and the challenges with Broadway is generally when we're talking about car light, we're talking about single occupant vehicles or people driving personal cars. Broadway, as the kind of the prime road that serves this business district, is carrying lots of service vehicles. And service vehicles aren't just trucks doing deliveries, but it's elevator maintenance, it's, cleanup crews and repairmen of all types, in addition to taxis and all of those services. So it's not even in the kind of the world where we get people out of their cars and taking transit, walk, bike, the typical trips for personal trips. There's still a lot of vehicles that have to occur on Broadway to serve the business district.
So that is it for your time. I gave you a little leeway there for your absence earlier, but we have to move on. And so I'm looking for the answer to the question that I had posed in that first round, which was around the social. How are we going to mitigate against the social isolation that has been spoken about by some of the speakers in the tall towers?
Thanks for the question, Chairperson Carr. This is a really important thing to us as we're planning on seeing an increase in density and new residents in this area. So we took a look at a study that was produced by Happy City, and that study determined that the main factor in somebody's satisfaction and happiness was tenure of residency, and not necessarily the type of building that they were living in. In fact, there were parts of the study that suggested that actually these multifamily, more dense communities were contributing to less social isolation than some of the more suburban style developments that we might see elsewhere. Now, one important part of tenure is the feeling of belonging in a community and feeling like you want to stay in the community. So that's one of the reasons why we developed a really comprehensive building and site design strategy as part of this, because we want to make this place a place that people want to stay. This isn't a transitory location that they come and go from. And another part of that is ensuring that we're accommodating in the built forms that we propose or have tested really substantial outdoor, indoor amenity space that enhances and amplifies the importance of socialization between residents. These are types of amenities that we are only just now seeing developed in the community, so we don't have a history of that we can reflect on, but it's becoming standard in our forms of development.
Like to see that. That's great. Thank you. Another question that I have, there was a point raised by Patrick Condon, who also spoke about removing DCEs or CACs. He said that, I guess that we are removing DCCs or CACs, and that this will benefit speculators and landowners, and that we should instead put in a very high charge to reduce speculation. I wonder if I can have some comments on that. Specifically also, are we removing DCEs, CACs? So,
Come on up, Chris. Yep.
So Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. I'll try to hit this again. The DCE, which is a development cost expectation, was set up for the Broadway plan as our first attempt to get in front of speculation prior to a community plan. That's what it did. And what I can say is, for the most part, it was highly effective. In the last few months, we've seen some increases in, property sales that wasn't what we had seen previously. So came in, it did work. That DCE was only meant to be in place until the plan was approved. After that, our regular development contribution system would kick in. So CACs and DCLs would become part of the regular system. And so nothing's going away other than we're shifting from a pre-planning number and priority to a post-planning regular contribution system.
okay, that's good. That satisfies me in terms of the answer. And a final question that I have. Just actually a couple of weeks ago, the Premier of the province of BC said that he was expecting 100,000 people a year to BC over the next 10 years. Does any staff have intelligence around that source of that statistic, and how much is expected to come to the Vancouver area?
No, we don't. We can investigate and report back. We've done a lot of modeling with some experts in the region to understand what we might be receiving, but that number, we're not aware of it, but we can take a look and report back.
It'd be interesting. There's been some discussion at this council table around population growth and expectations. So yeah, that's fine. That's it for me on questions. Thank you. I'm moving on to Councillor DiGenova. Go ahead.
Thanks. Considering we're already past 4 p.m. and we have 40 amendments ahead of us, I would like to move the staff recommendations. Chair? Thank you.
Yeah, well, it is Councillor DiGenova's prerogative to do that. So they have been moved.
So I start by moving.
Anybody for more questions, you'll just have to ask your questions through points of
information. So
Oh.
I've sent in my amendments, and if I could start with Amendment 1.
Just a second, I am moving us to a main queue.
Point of procedure, I guess.
Sorry.
Point of procedure? Sorry, I really need a new mic. Point of procedure? I know it's within councillors' prerogatives to move the motion, but I wonder if it's possible for the councillor to consider withdrawing that to enable the other councillors finish asking their questions. I don't think we have far to go. And I just think that would be helpful to get those answered before we get into debate.
I feel that since we can move forward with points of information, I mean, there were differences on opinion as to what we should do last night as well, and I respect that. But again, sometimes that's the way things move forward. And I think we could probably ask questions about this for another entire night. So I'm prepared to ask any more I have in my points of information. I'd like to move forward, and I'm not sure why Councillor Weeb's time's running, and I'm not sure why I was kicked off the queue. So, yes, of course. Thank you. Yes. Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm prepared to move forward with my amendments as I mentioned before. Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, she moved in. I went on the list. Yep.
Thank you so much. It'll just take a moment for the clerk to reset that list. Be added order. Now, if people could just stop adding your names at this point, so the clerk, the clerk could just put those names up in the order that was there, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Just
It would have been cool if we were advised we're going to.
the clerk will inform us when she's done, and then you may have your finger poised. Okay, that's the list. Okay. I'm ready to, everybody good? I'm ready to advance Councillor DiGenova. Councillor DiGenova to the motion.
Thank you. I've already sent in my list of amendments. So if we could move to amendment queue for my first amendment, Chair.
Yes. Just a second, I'm just going to put your name on the.
Thank you. And I'll just wait until this comes up on the queue, and then I'll just explain quickly the rationale for it. But while we're waiting for it to, I can just read it out. The council directs staff to provide an expedited process for applicants with multifamily residential rezoning applications already approved by council, to encourage applications to consider, or to encourage applications to consider submitting new applications to the City of Vancouver that better meet the aspirations and housing goals in the Broadway Plan, and that any expedited process for such applications not put for-profit affordable housing in front of non-profit or non-market owned and operated rental housing, and furthermore, applications with government funding, including BC Housing and CMHC, be prioritized in front of other applications. And Council, the reason for this is there's about, I understand from conversations with staff, about a dozen projects that we've approved that are outside of the guidelines currently of the Broadway Plan, but could go back in and apply within the Broadway Plan once we pass that. And those are projects that currently would just be moving forward with excavation, but considering we want to make sure that there's alignment with policy and that we do our best for housing density, and to try and make sure that multi-residential housing conforms with this plan, I think that it's great to offer that option and that expedited process. So I'm hoping there'll be support for that.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, I'm just going to stop your timer for a second. Council, you have all been sent a spreadsheet of councillors' motions. And I think it would be helpful if those of you who are working from home or joining us from offsite, bring that up on your computers. Those of you who are here in person have a copy of this spreadsheet. It would be helpful, staff. I will pause the timer for the councillor speaking to their motion. If a staff person could inform us which category this is in, because I see councillors flipping through the pages. So if you could just let us know. And council, if I'm hoping that you all took the time to read the staff comments. Council, I'm going to also ask, and it's only an ask on my part, but that when you introduce your motion, if you could say that you did receive staff feedback, whether they were in support or not, and if they had comments that whether or not you incorporated them. I think that would be helpful for council to know that information. It's only my request. It's not, you don't have to do that, but I think it might help the process. And I will not, as I say, take your time up as we get the indication from staff as to where in the spreadsheet. This is a big, long, for those of you who don't have it, it's a 13-page spreadsheet that has all the motions and comments on it.
Point of privilege.
Yes, Councillor Fry.
I just, in the interest of sparing my colleagues their eyeballs, we do have a spreadsheet that the Director of Planning had sent us earlier, and a quick find. I was able to find this particular amendment suggestion in the thing, so you may wish to use your spreadsheet and find the amendment rather than this.
And rather than a paper copy. Such a helpful suggestion. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Meanwhile, for the rest of us who have too many screens open, if you could.
It's not numbered. The pages aren't numbered.
I am regretting that we didn't put page numbers on these right now. But if you'll look on, it's about page under processing. It's towards the back. And gosh, I just had it.
This is why I thought we should.
Oh, here it is. It's on the back of page 7. And it's under application processing, and the second column is the councillor's name. If you wanted to search by that column, it might be the easiest way to come up.
What's the category?
Application processing.
Oh.
What's the page number, Chair?
I think she said the
I have
back.
it on my spreadsheet, but I'm just trying to follow along on this one.
It's page 14 on the electronic spreadsheet.
Oh, yes, it's true. We have 19 pages. Yep, let me. Okay, page, thank you. Very helpful. Page 14. And anybody can look at that now. So, great. Is everybody good in terms of you're all looking like you're there? Councillor DeGenova, I'm going to restart your timer. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And one of the reasons for this, council, is I think that there's some missed opportunities, especially for sites that do have funding from CMHC and from BC Housing, or that are providing non-market housing. If they could increase their density or the number of homes that they're providing, then I'd I would think that they might only go through that process if it was expedited. That's what I've heard from applicants that have been asked if they would possibly reapply with a different application that better meets the policy in the Broadway plan if it's approved. And I understand that our staff has reached out to applicants on that, that are sort of in that waiting period. I also understand from staff, and maybe I could ask our general manager of PDS.
No, you can ask a point of information.
That's what I was just about to say. I said maybe I can ask, and then I was going to say through a point of information.
Okay.
Chair, thank you. I understand that this is about, may I ask a point of information? Yes. Thank you. I understand there's only about 12 sites that fall into this category possibly, but that could create more non-market housing and more housing underneath those rates. Is that correct?
I don't know if how many applications are currently underway with a DP that would switch to rezoning. I know I have talked to a couple myself, but I don't know that there are 12. John, do you know that there's 12? Yeah. I'm sorry, we can't confirm a number for you this afternoon.
I seem to remember it being 12 to 15 from talking to staff, but again, that's just in a conversation that I had, not trying to put staff on the spot.
Okay.
And I believe you were at that meeting. But I understand that you have a lot on your plate.
We do have 12 to 20 prospective applicants. We do know that 15 or 20 people are waiting to apply. Whether they're in DP now and looking to switch, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you very much. And I'll just leave my amendment there.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. To the amendment, Councillor Bligh.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to clarify, so we do have this spreadsheet with 19 pages and we have first draft of amendments and then staff comments, so because we're going to be talking about amendments here that may have really major implications in the plan and others. So I just want to reflect, and maybe it's a point of information through the mover first, that this language is the original language, not supported by staff, but there is language in the spreadsheet that is slightly different and supported by staff, and you've chosen to move the original language. I just want to be very clear.
Okay, you're asking if this is the original language or has incorporated the comments of staff. Councillor DiGenova?
One second. I had meant to send in actually that piece, the revised suggested wording. So my apologies, I was reading out the original. I had asked the clerk to send me my last, what I had sent to them, but I must not have sent that in. So I would ask, since we're trying to work our way through this, that I can withdraw this amendment, and if staff could instead put up that language for me, that would be very helpful.
Okay, you can withdraw. You can ask to withdraw. That has to be a unanimous decision of council. So council, I'm going to test for that. All those in favor of with the withdrawal of this amendment, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, it's not unanimous then.
That's
so
fine. Then I will amend my amendment to strike the language.
Oh, I have to call out who's on position. Sorry, just before, I'm going to just stop your timer here. In opposition is Mayor Stewart. Great. So go ahead, Councillor.
Could I just ask, could you stop my timer? And on a point of privilege, Chair?
Yes, actually, somehow you're not on this amendment queue right now. I don't know why.
I'm not sure.
Not off it.
Thank you.
Just one second. I'm not.
Because it's Councillor Bligh's time. It was a point of information she had, so I should have let her finish the point of information, actually.
Okay. Clerk, I wonder if you could just...
procedure. Sure.
Yes, just one second. I'm just going to ask the clerk to reorder the amendment Q1 list to have Councillor DiGenova at the top and then Councillors Bligh and Fry.
Actually, it's her turn. It's not my turn. It was a point of information to me, and I answered it, and then So I apologize. It is Councillor Bligh's time.
You had finished.
I'd finished my answer to her question, but it's
Got
her
it.
time.
Sorry.
I'm
Okay,
fi-
we're
I'm
leaving
fine.
it as is then. Just one sec. Yes, that's fine. We're leaving it as is. And over to you for point of information. Is it a point of order or a point of information?
Point of procedure, actually.
Oh, point of procedure. Go ahead.
So in order to forward an amendment to an amendment, I'm just checking to make sure that that person would have to have the floor in order to do that.
I'm sorry, there was somebody speaking there.
If there was, somebody needs to move an amendment to an amendment, that person would have to have the floor to do that. They can't just do it without
They
being.
would absolutely have to have the floor to do that.
Thank you.
So, yes, perfect. Councillor Bligh, this is to the amendment that is on the floor right now because it has not been withdrawn. Go ahead. I'll turn your mic on for you. Just one second.
So just to clarify, there was a motion to rescind the motion on the floor, and it did not pass unanimously.
Correct.
So therefore, it's still on the floor.
Correct.
Thank you very much for clarifying. I have nothing further.
Okay. Councillor Fry to the amendment by Councillor DeGenova, which is still on the floor. Sorry, I'll stop your timer, Councillor Fry. Councillor DeGenova, point of privilege. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, the most recent electronic copy I have did not match the printed copy I have. So if I could have the electronic copy circulated, I'm not sure if others would like it, that matches the one that's printed in front of me, that would be very nice. Could I please have that? I need it to be able to.
Yes, staff, I wonder if you could recirculate to council the most recent electronic copy. Yes,
Thank you.
Staff are going to be doing that, and I'm sure they will be doing it quickly. Great, thank you. Councillor Fry, I'm just going to go back to you. Go ahead.
Thanks. And I'm working off an electronic copy that was sent to us by Teresa O'Donnell sometime around 2:15 or so. So I believe that's the most up to date, and it's working great for me. I just, in comments on the specific amendment, I just want to reflect on the staff comments. And the staff recommend against this change on grounds of fairness to prospective applicants who have been waiting for approval of the Broadway plan prior to submitting rezoning applications. Applications should be considered on a first-come, first-served basis. Now, I do know a number of people who have been waiting for Broadway plan to be approved or not, and that has waited on their decision, so they have not entered the queue for those reasons. So, and I do also want to reflect that we've obviously been having a lot of conversation around permit wait times, BPs, DPs, rezonings, all that kind of complicated stuff, and it is a complicated thing that staff are working to fix, and I worry that when staff recommend this because it's going to complicate their work, I'm not sure that I really want to sign on to further complicate their work. If they have a system that is a first-come, first-served basis, I think that's appropriate to stick with that. I appreciate that Councillor DeGenova is bringing this up in the interest of fairness, but I also want to reflect on the workload of our staff and in the interest of fairness of getting everybody's job on the queue. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby Young, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will echo Councillor Fry. I was also referencing the staff comments, so I won't repeat that in the interest of brevity with respect to fairness, but I think I would just augment his comments by saying that we had a very robust discussion with respects to permitting and issues and challenges this week, and I wouldn't want to introduce a wrench into that process. And so I think that continuing to move projects forward in the way that has been planned probably makes a lot of sense now, because we really need to not add layers of complexity to permitting and keep things moving. So in addition to the fairness issue, I'm also looking for efficiency, so I won't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor DeGenova?
Thanks. I have sent in an amendment to the amendment, and it's to strike this language and replace it.
Yes? I'm just confirming, Council, at the request of staff, that when you make an amendment, if there has been an amendment circulated that is the same as the amendments that we've had circulated beforehand, for which I'm very appreciative that you did, we'll just move forward with with those. But if there is an amendment that comes forward that has not been circulated, we'll treat it the way we do in every other meeting, which it will go up on the public screen and you'll be able to see it. You'll be able to see it in your inboxes by email because it will have been posted to us all. We are not going to stop and wait to print any new amendments done that way. Okay, so Councillor DiGenova.
And I hope I've remedied that problem. I will be sending in my other amendments off the other document. But for this one, Council, this is the language that staff had suggested. And again, I do think that this is to make sure that it is in line with the Broadway plan and that we're not missing opportunities. And I'll just say quickly that we did miss some opportunities when we changed over the DCL waiver, and there were projects that could not be made whole. And I know we're still working with our staff, and although I brought forward a motion, I appreciate council supporting that to correct that. Some of those projects are still having problems because they can't quite make up that extra in the UDCL waiver. So to make sure that we do what we can, considering our housing goals, I'm hoping that council might support this language, which I understand and you'll see in your sheet is supported by staff, the revised suggested wording. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm going to, clerks, I'm going to move us to an amendment Q2, which I should have done. Can you put Councillors Dominato, Mayor Stewart, and then Councillor Boyle on that list for me? And I see we have a staff response. Go ahead, staff.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair, and I apologize if this wasn't clear when we sent the spreadsheet out. But this seventh column where we've suggested revised language doesn't necessarily mean we support the amendment, but we did want the council to have language that was clear so staff would have direction. We didn't want to preclude your ability to offer an amendment even though we didn't support it. So we're trying to be helpful, and I just wanted to make that clarification.
Right. Thank you very much. I think that is helpful. Council, you should all take note of that, which means if revised suggested wording is forwarded on an amendment that staff say they don't support, you might want to question it with the revised wording. Would they support? It is I think a worthwhile piece of information that some of you may desire. Meanwhile, we're going to go on to speakers to the amendment Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And through you, a point of information to staff is just to clarify then is that despite the suggested wording, staff had identified some challenges and problems with this in terms of delivering on the plan. Do those problems still stand even with the amended or changed wording?
Well, for this particular one, we do think that there are a number of staff applicants that have been waiting to submit and to pull one out or several out to put those at the top of the list, not knowing when their application would be ready, how thorough their application, and cause other delays. We think is it's certainly an approach. The approach we take now is first in line, first in time, right?
Okay, so if I was to recap, is that you have the same issues?
Yes.
While the wording is slightly different, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. To the amendment. Yeah, Mayor Stewart?
Okay.
You're good? All right, I see no one else on the queue. So clerk, I wonder if you can move us to a vote. Council, we are voting on the amendment to the amendment as forwarded by Councillor DiGenova. Okay, that amendment fails with myself, Mayor Stewart, Councillors Fry, Swanson, Hardwick, Wiebe, Boyle, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. Okay, we are back to Amendment Q1. Councillor DiGenova? Oops.
I don't have it. I think we're just voting on the the original amendment.
Yes, we are, and you're out of time to speak to it. Councillor Dominato, back to the
It's a holdover. Thanks.
holdover. Councillor Swanson? This is to the original amendment. It has not been amended. You might be on mute, Councillor Swanson. Look, do we have Councillor Swanson in the on the line? Yeah, you might be double muted, Councillor Swanson. Please check.
It's a holdover.
Okay. Council, we are now at the end of the speakers list to the amendment. This is the amendment that has been forwarded by Councillor DiGenova. I'm taking us to a voting queue on that. Or a clerk's will. Thank you. Okay, that amendment fails with myself, Mayor Stewart, Councillors Fry, Swanson, Hardwick, Weeb, Boyle, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. Councillor DiGenova, you have the floor.
I sent in a second amendment. If we could go to amendment Q, please.
Yep.
And I've...
Just a second. I'm just going to put you on to the amendment queue. One sec. Go ahead.
I will choose to do this time, although I would like to first remind council that these are our decisions and we make direction to staff. And I appreciate staff's input on this, but staff do support this, is my understanding. And I actually have revised the language to align with staff and appreciate that this council has dealt with a dozen motions on affordable homeownership over the past 7 years. I know because I brought forward the first one in 2015. You may remember that, Councillor Carr, but I do think that it is important that we consider this. I appreciate staff answering my question earlier today, and I have worked on this back and forth with staff. So I do hope that this will be supported, and I appreciate that Councillor Weeb and I are also doing some work together on affordable homeownership and have a motion coming forward soon. So again, I think that this just is inclusive of those opportunities, and considering the Housing Hub and BC Housing's affordable homeownership program right now and the incentives that are there for municipalities, I'm hoping that council will support this.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Weeb, to the amendment.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in support, and I appreciate Councillor DiGenova bringing this forward. I think that it needs to be included as part of the housing continuum. We continue to see an equity gap between renters and people that are living with ownership, and I think that we need to look at more opportunities to bridge those gaps, and this could be one continuum option that I think should be visited, so I will be supportive.
Thanks you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, the plan is already anticipating that 1/3 of the housing, or 10,000 units, will be strata, which is probably one of the most affordable forms of home ownership. So I don't want to increase that to the extent that it's going to impinge on rental. So I won't be voting for this.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DiGenova, again, you've got 4 minutes.
I just wanted to note that affordable homeownership within the BC Housing Program and within CMHC is included in strata condo. So I just wanted to make that very clear. So I don't see this above and beyond and taking away from rental. I see this actually being a more affordable option than the strata condo that would be at current market rental rates. Thank you.
Okay, that is it for for comments to this amendment. So, Clerk, if you could take us to a vote, please. Again, this is the second amendment by Councillor DiGenova we're voting on. Okay, that amendment does pass with Councillor Swanson in opposition. All right, back to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. And I'm just sending in another amendment now. You'll just have to indulge me and make sure that I get the language correct. Here. There we go. And this is my amendment number 3. And I've already sent that. If we could move to an amendment queue, that would be great.
Yep. I'll just put you on, and I'm just going to pause your timer. Sorry. Just because what I see on the clerks, do you have that amendment?
It's their language. It's on their spreadsheet.
No.
I know, but I changed it.
So, Councillor DiGenova, clerks are confused. They're both numbered 3. They're not sure which they don't.
The most recent one that I just sent in. Sorry, my apologies.
Okay, if we could actually, staff, just if you could, before I start the timers here, if you could let us know where this one is on the pages.
Okay. Okay.
Page 2.
Mm-hmm.
So what's under housing? Or it's under land use?
Land use.
Okay, everybody got it? It's on page 2 of your documents. Councillor DiGenova, I think everybody's on page here. If you wanted to speak to your amendment.
Okay, thanks very much. Council, I did change the language to reflect what staff had provided. The council directs staff to make necessary consequential amendments to the Broadway plan to eliminate the 2-tower per block rule in the Broadway plan to increase the supply of housing and affordability, include family housing, and generate funding for more amenities in the community to advance the Broadway plan public benefits strategy. I don't want to preempt some of my other colleagues' amendments that I plan on supporting. Some of them will speak to public benefits. Some of them will speak to green space. I understand Councillor Weeb has put a lot of work into one of those. But at the same time, we need to generate the funds. Money doesn't grow on trees. We do want more trees in the plan. But at the same time, when I was a park board, when I was a park board commissioner, we planned 100 years out. And I understand that this plan is for 30 years in the future. But I'm not just thinking about our children in Vancouver right now and the housing they will need. I'm thinking about their children. And I feel that it's very important and incumbent on us to consider that as well. So I'm not proposing that we have a certain number of towers per block, but I do think that it is limiting to say that only 2 towers per block would be what we would expect all the way across Broadway, especially considering we're looking at high density housing in transit. I mean, that is what we have supported as a council, and I think it's very important that we remember that as we move forward and consider the limitations and constraints in 30 years as they're trying to put together a new plan and there's not enough supply of housing in our city. And the only way that we can build is to go up. So I'm hoping that this will be supported by council. Again, this is the wording that staff preferred instead of the wording that I'd put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. To the amendment, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I actually would like to take this opportunity, because I know we're going through a lot of amendments, to make a couple comments to council, and then I have an amendment. And the first comment is that you will recall that I think back on May 12th, I put forward and shared with all of council well ahead of time an amendment with respects to frontages. And that was submitted to staff and has gone through with language. And as part of that frontage piece, which I think council is looking to consider, staff recommended incorporating in that amendment a change to the towers per block. And you'll see in the feedback that those two pieces actually work integrally together, as opposed to distinctly. And that's my understanding on the feedback from staff. And so I think that's really important if we're looking to achieve that, that we not compromise sort of those two pieces by adopting one piece here. And so while I had intended to move the frontage amendment later, it is wrapped up in there. And I think I've been very clear with council that that is an intention to move those two pieces together. The other thing I would offer in terms of perspective on this amendment with the public benefit strategy, because I also had in my initial amendment that I sent to council a notation around possibly changing the tenure strategy in order to enhance public benefits. And the feedback that came back from staff, and I appreciated it, was that the housing allocations across the different tenure types had been very carefully calibrated in order to put the emphasis on rental, which was the direction from staff, and no more than a third of strata. And so staff feel that by doing that, and I think you can summarizing some of the key comments here for the conversation, staff feel that that would require substantive changes to the plan, which could compromise potentially us adopting that today, and some of the housing objectives. And I know there's a balance between public amenities, but that was the direction that council was given. So I wanted to provide that kind of context and level setting in terms of suggesting my amendment, the amendment which I've sent into the clerk, which is a strike and replace this with the frontage amendment, which council have seen for the last month, and has the updated language to confirm, as you had asked us to, Councillor Carr, which mirrors, which is the exact language that staff have come back with feedback on, and staff do support. So if the clerk could bring that language up now.
Okay. I'm going to move us to an amendment Q2, which is and Councillor Kirby Young, I will put you on, but I just want everyone to note, we have 1 minute left.
Move to extend to complete this specific amendment.
Okay, that's absolutely legitimate. I'm just going to go for yeas and nays. So this is a motion to extend past 5 to complete this particular amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
Clerk, I don't think we need it to be unanimous, do we? No. So there was only one. So we will do that just to finish this amendment.
Yeah, just so we don't
and, go ahead. I'm just we're on an amendment Q2 now. Just 1 second. I'm just checking with.
Sorry, my clock's still running, Chair.
Yeah, that was just Councillor Hardwick opposed. They're doing a recording on that. Is that clear?
Yeah, just noting my clock is still going.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, just to clarify, that was Councillor Hardwick that was opposed. Thanks, Clerk. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young. I'll give you a few more seconds.
Thanks, Chair. So I think I've provided sort of the context and the setup for that. The only additional thing I can offer here with respects to frontage is in terms of the content of the specific pieces, it really responds to a lot of feedback that we have heard that was respecting the fact that it doesn't put pressure on for land assemblies by reducing the frontage from the 150 meters recommended in the plan to 99, as is indicated here. And that could provide some, more variation in the built form. I know that that's something we heard back from the public as well, but also hopefully to alleviate some of the pressure on the older rental stock. And so I think there were a number of rationale and pieces there. And also in terms of, I think we saw in the staff feedback too, potentially accelerating the delivery of some of the affordable housing types for the available sites, because you're not having to potentially assemble up to 5, right? So you're not necessarily displacing, but you're hopefully striking that balance on achieving some of the housing delivery. So sort of respecting council's time and the full evening we have ahead of us, I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor DeGenova to this amendment.
I'm fine with that. I mean, if Councillor Kirby Young would like to have credit for it, that's fine. I just wanted to get done, really. That's one of the reasons I brought it forward. I was expecting her to bring forward frontage. And although I have to say that I would think that it would be better to go down to 75 feet. I'm not going to get into it here. I mean, I have a background in working in the development industry, and I think that if we look at great cities like London and New York and Paris, we do see frontages of 75 feet. And I think that that actually would help and benefit some of the businesses in Vancouver. But that being said, I'm happy to support this and just move forward. So I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. And Councillor Bligh to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll just be very brief to echo Councillor Kirby-Young's comments. I'm a bit confused on the most recent comments because this, just to reiterate, the previous amendment, as I understood it, was to remove the 2-tower limit per block, and this is to put it back in, or to keep it in, I should say, in the areas where 2 blocks are currently stipulated and 3 towers per block in the centers, which is, you know, essentially along the Broadway corridor, while reducing the frontages. And that strikes the balance that we heard in terms of the intent from staff in terms of bringing forward these limitations around how many blocks per or how many towers per block, but also responds to more flexibility when it comes to the type of land assembly and development and built form that we can expect in this plan to be more nuanced and more flexible, which I think serves the broader population in terms of what we want to see from a streetscape perspective. So very much supportive and think it is absolutely necessary at this stage of our process. So thank you to Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Swampson.
Yes, through you, Chair, could I ask the staff what their comments on this are?
Yes, you can do that as a point of information through me.
Yes, I'll ask Carrie Dow to answer that question for us.
Thank you, councillors. The frontage question is definitely something that staff looked at quite closely. The 150 feet was specifically calibrated to allow for things like tower separation, appropriate setbacks to adjacent development, and also to make sure that we're not encumbering adjacent properties. We do recognize that it does add additional onus on the developer for consolidation. So we have explored opportunities where we could reduce that. The major impact is on adjacent development. So in some instances, that might actually neutralize development of adjacent parcels, not in every instance. And it could also create issues of setbacks with adjacent properties. You would still be getting mostly tower forms, but you would have a significantly reduced side yard setback and smaller tower floor plates. But it is something that we feel with appropriate review could be accommodated through the design process. And just to a point of clarification on the number of towers, it's 3 towers per block face, which would actually be 6 towers in the centers.
So you guys are okay with this?
We can support it with the appropriate urban design review. It wouldn't mean that every 100-foot frontage would be able to meet those objectives. And so there is an issue around consistency and in the application, but we could support it with the appropriate urban design review.
One of the developers who spoke said that having the 150-foot target was like, the 150-foot limit was like having a target on the apartment buildings. Do you agree with that? And if so, does this get at that problem?
I'm going to ask John to come up and talk to that. We don't agree with that comment, but John, why don't you go ahead?
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. John Grottenberg, Broadway Plan Team. So staff would not agree with that assessment. We looked at the residential existing apartment areas, and it's, I believe, about 20% of existing apartments have a frontage of 150 feet or more. So the vast majority of existing apartments have frontage of less. So 150 feet would not be putting, quote unquote, a target on apartments. And we expect the vast majority of new development in the apartment areas as that occurs to be redevelopment of existing older multifamily. There's very few cases, for example, where there's houses or duplexes that are side by side. It's mostly older multifamily that would be redeveloped.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DiGenova?
Thanks so much. Because there was some confusion about my comments, I do support the frontage. It's unfortunate that the towers have been taken out of here, but Councillor Kirby Young's amendment has made this an either or, which is unfortunate because we could have had both.
No.
We could have had both. She's worked out an option with staff on this, but it's not the only option. So if I have to trade off frontage for towers, I guess we're going to do frontage. That's what I'm understanding this council is going to support. And I understand that from some of the conversations that I'd heard before we came into this chamber to debate it. I think many of us have already talked to other councillors, and I have a feeling I know what will and will not be supported tonight. That's just my feeling. So I'd rather have one than none. Frontage was the one that I know Councillor Kirby Young and I both sent something in. I had said to her I'd be happy to support hers, but I wanted to clarify that I still would like to see the two-tower rule come out, but that's obviously not going to happen. But that's where my position on this lies, and I will be voting on the entire document and possibly severing it when we get to the final vote. So we'll see what this looks like, because I'm not sure that this is even going to look like the Broadway plan any longer. I do have a point of information for staff. I noticed that you say yes or no in staff support, or in some cases you say partial, but staff support in this column has been left completely blank. Can you share with us why that is?
Yes, thank you for the question. As Carrie said, we did a lot of study on the block lengths. We thought we'd hit the right thing. Councillor Kirby Young had come to us with a reduced frontage because we know there are some developers that don't have the ability to assemble big lots. And we thought with adding the maximum number of towers per block, that would guard against, it would protect the livability, it would protect shadowing, it would protect the daylight, and it would protect that series of towers that we don't want to see on Broadway.
Okay. So staff is not supportive of this?
Staff, we are comfortable with the language that was written for this, yes.
Okay, it just doesn't say anything in the staff support comp.
Because we didn't really have a time to really fully analyze these. There's a very extensive.
I appreciate staff's
financial
advice. I
analysis.
still make my own decision, as I've said, so I will support this, but I wish that this had not eliminated the opportunity to have more than two towers, because I think that as we move forward and we can't council talk about higher density housing and not talk about building up and higher buildings. So for that reason, I'm disappointed, but at least this gets us through the frontage part. So I will be supporting it, and I hope that my comments are understood. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Hardwick.
1 second up there. Good, thank you. I just want to point out that the 99-foot frontage dramatically increases the number of sites that can be redeveloped, and it will be a big win for developers and real estate agents. That's it.
Okay, that's it for speakers to this amendment to the amendment. So this is Councillor Kirby Young's amendment to, oops, wait a second. There's Councillor Weeb on the list.
Yeah, I'd like to sever the amendment. I think that the frontage allows, like you talked about, the livability. I think it's good. I think the 6 on some of the centers like Fraser Street, to have a complete wall on Fraser Street changes the livability in the community. So in looking where the centers are, and it's not really clear on how these centers became to be what they are, but in understanding and being involved in Mount Pleasant Plan for about 12 years now, I think that there's an opportunity here to do the 99-foot to create really interesting and complete communities. I think that Mount Pleasant Plan is delivering 1.6% of growth. We need 350 more units per year. So I think in doing a Part A, that will bring us to those numbers. I think the second part goes against a lot of the work staff did. So I really appreciate the comments from staff on that. Thank you.
Okay, staff, it's possible to sever the further that from the first section. Is that correct? Yeah, I'm here seeing a nod. No problem, Councillor Weeb. That'll happen. Oh, and Councillor Bligh, are you? Oh, wait a second. Sorry, I'm getting a response from Teresa O'Donnell. Go ahead, staff. Teresa.
Well, I'm afraid that not supporting the maximum number of towers would actually increase opportunity for redevelopment, Councillor Wee, but perhaps that's your objective, but I'm afraid just that you might be reading that backwards a little bit.
Yeah, Councillor Weeb, you are on the list. Go ahead. Yes. Oh, well, your mic should be on.
Okay, can you explain how not approving the further that would increase the amount of towers along Fraser Street?
Right. So
Because
there would not be a limit. There would not be a limit.
don't we already have a limit?
This removes the limit, or it increases it. Because we were saying one every 150, and this is reducing it to one every 99, right?
Don't we have a 2 per block minimum maximum right now in the
Not in the centers.
In the centers, we have none.
That's correct. Yeah. Let's let John provide some.
Councillor, maybe I'll just clarify for Fraser Street. So the way the land use policy is proposed in the plan, along Fraser Street itself, which is part of the centers, it would be a maximum of 2 towers per block. The remainder of those blocks that are not fronting Fraser would be up to 6 stories. So there's an important nuance there for Fraser, which is different compared to Broadway, for example.
How about Kingsway or 12th or 11th or like 12th and U? Is that whole block not set at 2 stories, at 2 per towers per block right now, or can it go to 6 right now?
So within the residential areas, which are RM and RT zoned, those, as the plan is drafted currently, a maximum of 2 per block.
I'm just looking at the blue centers map when I'm looking at my character areas in the map, and there's significant zones that are blue, right? Probably, I don't know, 20% of the map area. So you're saying in that 20%, we currently don't have any limitations to how many towers?
That's correct. The maximum tower limitations are only in the residential areas. There are none in the centers. With the 150-foot frontage, that effectively limits it to 3 per block face. But with a reduction down to 99 feet, in some conditions, you could get up to 5 towers per block face in the centers. So the the further that adds in a limitation on the number of towers per block face that you would, that you could do, and that we felt was necessary given the reduction in the minimum frontage.
How many? Okay.
You're good?
I have to think that. I got to think of that.
Councillor Bligh.
That's a holdover. I was
Holdover.
hoping that would get answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oops, you're on again?
No.
All right, Council. So we are now going to move to a vote. That vote will be on the amendment by Councillor Kirby Young to Councillor DeGenova's amendment. So that everybody's clear, and it is up on the screen and not severed. Okay, that vote does pass with myself, Councillor Hardwick, and Councillor Weeb in opposition. All right, that moves us back to amendment. You asked for an extension to complete this amendment.
Yeah, and just
So
for
we have
the,
to
for the record,
move,
I will have
go
one
ahead.
further amendment, but I can do that after the dinner break, Councillor Carr, while I have the floor. So
You
I'll
have the floor now.
well, I'll stay in the queue.
Oh, you wanted it just to be the second amendment. Got it.
I thought this was an amendment. This whole thing was an amendment. Shouldn't we be finishing that, voting on it? That's what was proposed. Doesn't matter, it's still an amendment, the whole amendment.
We just passed an amendment to an amendment.
Right. Yes. Well, I know that we did. But I'll just seek clarity from the clerk. I assumed it. Yeah.
It was a short-term reply.
Somebody doesn't.
I love hearing the rain in here.
Okay. But okay, even though that was an amendment to the amendment, I think to make sure that we follow due process, we would be voting on exactly the same thing at this point. It is a complete replacement. It's still what you see up on the screen, right? And there are people on the list to speak to it, but it is not the original one now. This is what it is. So I'm going to go through the list. Councillor Kirby Young, did you want to speak to this?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, did you want to speak to this again? No. Councillor DeGenova, did you want to speak to this again? Great. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'd like to call the dinner break,
Pardon me?
recognizing that the information on this, even though we're in the middle of
You want to
this
call what?
amendment, I'd like to call us to go to dinner break because obviously the information has changed.
That
So
we've already passed a motion. You'd have to rescind the motion that we passed to have the dinner break after we had this. We dealt with this amendment, so that would require.
that's fine. I'll vote on it and then we will
Okay,
look at
that's fine.
opportunities.
Thank
to
you,
amend it.
Councillor Weeb. So if no one's left to speak on that, I'm going to move us to a vote on, again, this amended version of this amendment as amended, which we just voted on. So it's the same wording we just voted on. Pretty clear? And that vote is the same with myself, Councillors Hardwick and Weeb in opposition. Okay, we have finished with that amendment. Thank you, everyone. We are now going to take a 1 hour dinner break, and that would be at 20 past 6 that we would be back. It's just 1 second. I just have to write down, sorry, let me Okay, welcome back, everyone, after dinner. We all had a nice little break. We are now back to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova, you still have the floor on the main queue. Your timer did go on, so it's, yeah, the clerk saw that you still get 3 minutes, so go ahead.
Thanks so much. And I'm just going to move straight to amendment number 5 that I've sent in. And I'll just notice the clerks are pulling it up. I was going to move forward with amendment number 4, but I think Councillor Weeb's covering that off. And it's a way to not duplicate things. And I have a couple more amendments here. So now that that's up, the council directs staff to prepare the necessary changes to the Broadway plan to include reference to the 2315 West 4th Avenue Safeway site under the rezoning policy for large sustainable sites and clearly defined in the plan as appropriate for future study and a comprehensive redevelopment. And further, that these changes be brought forward to council for consideration before this site is referred to public hearing. We did receive a letter, I believe it was in April, from the applicant stating that they were moving forward with an application with the city. And something we often hear from neighborhoods is, why do we not incorporate some of these? There we go. Why don't we incorporate these larger sites in the plan? In this case, I think that this could also help with the public amenities and benefits. I realized that staff had to decide where they were going to end the plan and pick somewhere. But considering the significance and the size of this site and the fact that this has moved forward, this is moving forward. We've heard from the applicant that their intention is to move this forward immediately. I think that it would be prudent to include it in the plan, and it also helps the neighborhood to have expectations as to what's expected, because that would meet policy. So I'm asking council to support this, and hopefully also remember what the neighborhoods say to us when they come to us and ask us, often not for spot rezonings, but instead to have comprehensive policy and a plan. So I'll leave it there. I'm sure, did you?
Okay, thank you.
Staff did not receive this amendment prior, so it is not on your spreadsheet.
I'm aware of that. I asked the questions about it earlier, and that's why I chose to forego some other amendments and put this forward instead. So I'll just thank you for noting that, though.
Yeah, that was good. Thank you very much. And we're on to Councillor Swanson to speak to the amendment.
Yeah, point of information through you, Chair.
Yep.
To
Go
the
ahead.
staff. Can you tell us what you think about this amendment?
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. I don't believe it's possible to amend the plan tonight to include this property. We haven't done consultation. We haven't done any analysis of the site. It's not included in any of the boundaries. If the council wishes to have this property included, they would need to refer the plan back to staff for further study. And after that's completed, we could bring it forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry, yeah. Go ahead to the amendment.
Yeah, I think Councillor Swanson's question and the answer that the Director of Planning gave us seems pretty succinct and self-explanatory. I do feel this would kind of be a dangerous precedent to start creeping outside of the planning area in this kind of context. And I would assume that planning areas are defined because that is a set construct, and to change that up on the fly seems kind of reckless. So I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to staff, I do have a point of information, and it is around, irregardless of this being included in the Broadway plan, what are the implications of the designation of a large sustainable site? Because I will say, just the context is, I have spoken with members of the community, and I think there's an interest in that in order to ensure that there are some really key amenities included on site, in addition to grocery, things like the public library and so on. And so I'm trying to reconcile, does it make sense to do it here, or is it a separate motion or direction around that? Because I think the community has an interest in that.
Right. We do have a policy that has recently been established through the leadership of this council called our policy inquiry process for sites that don't have governing policy, and those we take in, we do an analysis, we often bring an issues report forward to council to test those ideas, and the applicant is certainly able to avail himself of that process. I think it would be a good one for this particular one because we really don't know what they're proposing at this point.
Right, and this one is currently not within the bounds of the.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, because I think personally, I'm interested in exploring it because I think there is it's particularly around making sure that the site is comprehensive and includes some of the amenities the community desires. But maybe it's not a good fit here. But if there's maybe a conversation that can take place with the applicant, maybe through staff, that would be a place for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Weeb, on to you.
Yeah, question through to you to staff, if that's okay, Chair. My question is, wouldn't it be helpful if we did have, recognizing it's across the street from our plan, a more integrated planning approach to the community, recognizing there will be a community implementation of what's happening in that community and recognizing this is probably one of the larger development sites for that component of the area. So wouldn't it be helpful to have the context and then working together with that team that's working on this community to make sure it's better integrated and it meets the kind of community amenity benefits that would be outlined in the plan for that neighborhood?
Yes, sir. I agree with that. I just don't believe it's possible to do that tonight, to amend the plan tonight, to amend the boundaries, unless the council was interested in sending the plan back to staff for further analysis, further consultation with the community, so we could bring forth a fulsome recommendation. If you're prepared to set the plan aside tonight and have us come back to the new council, then we could certainly do that.
Can you okay, but don't each one of those sites and study areas have specific planning because the large development sites, like don't they have to go through a whole planning process anyway? So
yes, if we took it through a large sustainable site, yes, we could do that. And we would use the context of the
isn't that what this says, that we will go through a large sustainable site? So aren't we, like we're not, isn't that what this is stating, is that we will go through that process of a large sustainable site? It will just be done in context with the neighborhood.
Well, we could do it. So I guess I'm reading this a little bit differently because we do have large sites within the plan.
Yeah, St. Joseph's, yeah.
But this would not be included within the boundaries of the plan. Is it the council's desire to amend the plan boundaries tonight to include this site? That I'm saying is not possible in my opinion.
I saw it as that this would be one of the large development sites to be included in that list for study and review.
Yes. And I'm telling you, I don't believe that's possible to amend the plan to do that tonight. However, we do have other processes that would allow this site to come forward.
Okay. I'm sure it is. Thank you.
You're good. Councillor Dominato.
Chair, I'm considering an amendment in light of what staff have reflected, because I recognize potentially that changing the boundaries, I'm hearing very clearly, be potentially onerous. And so I'm going to test this on council to see whether there would be an appetite for this, which would be.
Let me move us to, you're amending this amendment?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. Councillor Dominato, I'll put you on the. Go ahead.
We received it?
I'm about to, sorry, send it because I
didn't know we got to move to amendment.
I'm just trying to, sorry, just 1 minute. Okay, let's try this on for size. Considering what staff have just acknowledged is the complexity of changing boundaries, but that this could be considered in a different manner, I'm curious if this would work. So it's not changing the plan, it's not sending the plan back, but simply to report back on options to consider 2315 West 4th Avenue under the rezoning policy for large sustainable sites in the context of the Broadway plan. So it's acknowledging that they're the adjacency of the plan. So throwing that out for consideration, and that should be in your inboxes.
Okay, I think we'll look for I think that we're going to put your timer on stop for a second. I'm going to have to seek advice also from staff on this and whether or not it's,
Makes sense, Mike.
well, they'll tell us whether it's admissible or not, or wise to admit.
Yeah.
Yes, Teresa, go ahead if you've got an answer to the question around the admissibility of this.
Right, I still believe that this would be outside the scope of the plan unless the council wanted to send it back. The other complication that the team has brought to my attention is that the sites west of Vine are under an interim rezoning policy. So the site doesn't have policy. It would be covered under interim rezoning policy. The best way for that applicant to proceed would be through the policy inquiry process, and we could bring that forward to the council in an issues report, and it would not require council direction today. They could just come in and apply tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Appreciate that information. Councillor Dominato, you are on the queue. Go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, in light of that feedback, I'll withdraw the amendment to the amendment. Thank you. I'll move to withdraw.
Okay, so there is a desire on the part of Councillor Dominato to withdraw this. That requires a unanimous vote of council. I'm going to test for that. All those in favor of the withdrawal, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Any opposed, say nay. It's withdrawn. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. So I'm going to move us back to an amendment Q1. Councillor Dominato?
I'm done. Thank you.
You're done. Councillor DeGenova?
Yes, I just wanted to state that I think that this offers, I appreciate that there is an issues report and a process. I also realize the staff would be spending a lot of time on an issues report. I also realize that this is one of the largest sites, and while I'm not questioning why staff chose to make this the end of the line, I do think, council, that when yeah, I'm trying not to look too far into the crystal ball, but often we hear from people who say, I would have liked to have seen this included in the policy. Trust me, I've been through it with the Joyce policy, with Joyce Station and that policy, and I know that that is something that we hear a lot, something that I heard a lot last term, and I see this as a significant site. I don't see an issue including this in the Broadway plan. That being said, I've tried to do the research to look up the appropriate language, and I understand that this is the appropriate language when we talk about the large sustainable sites. And I appreciate what the Director of Planning has said, but I also think that the other changes here are so significant. Some of them are way more significant to the plan. We talk about public amenities, benefits, changing from rental to condo. They're a lot bigger than this change, and including this one major property that we understand the applicant's already moving forward with our staff. It's not like this isn't going to, have an application come forward in the next 2 years. So, council, I'm hoping that you will include this in here so that the community has some idea as to what's going to happen, and then our staff aren't doing an issues report because instead it already has policy behind it. And I feel that that's a transparent way of moving forward. I also just wanted to say that I think that this could help us to leverage more public benefits and amenities that we need in the plan. I appreciate that the mayor's bringing forward, amendments to make sure that we protect renters. I'm also trying to protect amenities in the plan as well. And we can't do that without being able to pay for it. So I hope that you will support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just a little bit alarmed. We have a 500 block plan in front of us that has been gone through years of consulting with dozens and dozens of people that came out to many nights of public hearing. I find it alarming that we just tack something this big onto the end of it. And I definitely won't be voting for this. There is a process that the Director of Planning has said that the owners of this site have known about for a long time. So I just think, let's try to focus on the plan that we've got in front of us, which is enormous, and not vote for this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Bligh.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just going to basically reiterate what the mayor has shared. I'm also feeling quite alarmed that we have been at this for 4 hours and we're on one councillor's amendments, and it's not personal to Councillor DiGenova by any stretch, but I think we just have to recognize that we're at risk of not even finishing this item tonight if we continue this way. So nobody needs a lecture, but growing anxiety in me is that this is going to go on, and our reserve dates are already booked with the business from yesterday for the next 2 weeks. So I would just like to call attention to council on the fact that we're at 7 o'clock and we've got 40 amendments to go through.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Bligh. I see no other councillors on the queue. We'll go to a vote on this particular amendment. That vote fails with myself, Mayor Stewart, Councillor Fry, Swanson, Hardwick, Boyle, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. Okay. We are back to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I have one last amendment. And I just wanted to say in the time that some people spoke about how much time I had on amendment, we could have just called a question. I'm sure that there are councillors that have more amendments than me actually in this document, going back and forth. So okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask you why you didn't ask the other councillor that, Chair?
Because no one else has spoken yet. You're the first councillor on the list.
Well, someone just did speak about this, not pertinent to the amendment. But this is the last amendment I'm bringing forward at this time, and it's under amendment number 6. Just so I can ask the clerk to bring it up. It's states add the letter that council directs staff to prepare necessary changes to the Broadway plan to allow development of up to 14 stories in the village areas for projects that include heritage retention and delivery of space serving arts and culture. And further, that council postpone voting on any part of this plan that may affect the development of this major transit-oriented development until after these changes are brought forward to council. And I think that this is really important, council, because we did hear from speakers, a number of speakers. One of those speakers represents Go Ballet, and they had concerns that they may not be able to go on. And when we look at heritage in our city, and I understand that staff are not supportive of this, I'm still bringing it forward. So I think that it's important that we do what we can to not only retain the heritage in our city, maintain it, and make pro formas work. And that's why I'm bringing this forward, and I hope that you will think about some of those heritage sites when you vote on this.
Okay, sorry, thank you. And Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
Just to say respectfully, I think that this is, I don't even know what to say. Maybe I'll ask as a point of information. I heard staff didn't support this, but would this functionally send the entire plan back to staff?
Oh, go ahead, Teresa.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. The first part of this amendment, we'd had a chance to review, and it's on page 3 of your spreadsheet, the first row. We did not support that because we did believe that it would destabilize the village areas. The second one, just trying to react to that in real time, I do think that sends the plan back to staff for further study to be brought forward later.
Excuse me, we have someone speaking. Point of parliamentary, go ahead.
The amendment that I'm looking at right now, that I sent in.
What is your point of procedure?
My point of procedure was I was trying to make sure the right amendment was up on the screen, and I had 2 windows open. So yes, I will amend my own amendment. Yes. There we go.
I still have the floor, and I'm just going to reiterate what Councillor Bligh said. We're hours in. There are many amendments. They've been circulated weeks in advance. Staff have done an incredible amount of time. The public is watching, and I am deeply concerned with how chaotic we are being. So I hope we can focus to get this done today. I'm having a really hard time with the chaos that's being involved in some pretty major decisions here on the fly. So I will leave it there. So I don't.
Councillor Boyle, I'm doing my best to keep chaos under control.
Yes, Chair, sorry, that was not a comment on you. I appreciate the chairing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor DiGenova?
Are we speaking about the amendment or chaos?
We are speaking, no, we are not speaking about a previous comment by a councillor. We're speaking about your amendment on the floor.
Am I only allowed to speak to my amendment, or am I also allowed to speak to chaos?
Councillor DiGenova, just focus on your amendment, please.
Thank you. As long as you can ask others to focus on theirs as well. So I'm going to say
I have a point of procedure, Chair Carr, and I'm going to refer to section to try to move us along here, section 6.1B of the procedure bylaw that relates to conduct of council members. And I wonder if we could just put this aside and move on professionally to the business. A councillor should not by words, tone, manner of speaking, or gesticulation express any opinion or make any allegation that directly or indirectly reflects negatively upon the character of any person or group of persons. So I wonder if you would like to rule on that, Chair Carr, or just remind councillors, and perhaps we could just focus on the merits of the amendments and dispense with any sidebar commentary.
I think that's a very good suggestion. Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Let's just focus on these amendments and try and get through them by 10 o'clock tonight. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
I appreciate that. I was looking up that section myself. I felt that way about the comment of chaos. So thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. I did want to say to some of the frustrations and the comments that have been made, Council, I am making decisions based on public feedback, based on consultation, based on our staff's expert opinions. But if we made up our mind and on our amendments, some of them were circulated before we were finished speakers, then we might as well just not hear from speakers. And that's my opinion, because I have thoughtfully put together amendments after listening to speakers, after hearing from them, after hearing how heritage in our city would not be retained, after hearing further that people would not be able to move forward with arts and culture and their livelihoods. And I think that it's very important to consider that. Just as staff have often said, let's not do this, or we suggest you don't do this. And I've watched this council, work together across the table and say, okay, thanks staff, but I think we're actually going to do this. So I would hope that we could all make a decision here to consider this and to press pause on parts of it. This isn't the entire plan. This is a part of the plan, but I think it's very important.
You are over time, Councillor
So I'll leave it there, but I will be voting in favor.
Councillor Kirby Young. You're done? Okay, clerk, could you move us to vote on this amendment, please? Okay, that motion fails with myself, Mayor Stewart, Councillors Fry, Swanson, Hardwick, Wiebe, Boyle, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. Right. Back to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova, you're...
I understand. I just want to confirm that I'm not sure why my timer was reset.
Yes, I don't either.
It's been reset 3 times. I believe it was at 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yeah, the clerk just said 2:45.
Oh, 2:45 is fine. But I also have 5 minutes to close, correct? Because I did move the motion. So
Yes.
I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
You're fine? All right. Councillor Wiebe, over to you.
Yeah, I want to thank staff and all the speakers that came. I think this has been a lot happening. I've got one amendment put forward, and this is on complete communities. And I want to appreciate the work that the chair provided and really building on the 11%. I want to thank DiGenova and others on the park space, Kirby Young, and as well as Bligh and Dominato, who are taking on some of the school board components. I think it's really important that we collectively work together. This is a really important plan. And here I'm talking specifically about some of the complete community work. The first one really talks about the accessible city strategy. And this is from the conversations at the Persons with Disability Advisory Committee, and hoping that we continue to implement some of the work from that committee into this plan. The second really talks about the opportunity to creatively look at minimizing and utilizing road space to deliver some of the green space, recognizing the extreme cost of park acquisition. 3 and 4 are really talking to what the park board has been working on. Number 3 is ensuring that over a 30-year plan, we can really deliver and have a goal of ensuring that where we're putting all the renters in this city, it's not fair that we continually push renters onto arterial roads or in neighborhoods that don't have access to green space. At Park Board, we did an equity lens and we looked and did equity mapping in the whole city. These neighborhoods were marked as ones that will continue to deplete in urban forest cover. One of them has the least amount of square footage for community centers of any area of the city. It's not okay that we continue to push renters in areas that are deficient in amenities without having proper goals to deliver the amenities so they live in livable neighborhoods. And that's where number 4 comes from the 400+ page report that was just passed at Park Board on ensuring there's a significant recreational space target, recognizing that this is a long 30-year plan and we need to be ambitious and bold to make sure we're delivering those. So that's why I brought this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, speaking to the amendment, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. I appreciate Councillor Wiebe's work on this and working together on this. I did have an amendment that I put forward a couple of weeks ago on a new community center in the plan, as well as increase access to parks and green space. I think this is really important, and one of the best examples I think of this when we consider this is a community like Yaletown, where we see people use outdoor green space and community centers as though they were their own backyards and living rooms because they're happy to live in smaller spaces. But when we're asking people to sacrifice space and live in an urban community, I think that it's really important that we do have, a robust and comprehensive benefits strategy that includes green space and outdoor space. And I'm really proud that the park board still has the goal. I wish it was still their policy. It was changed by the Vision Vancouver government when they were in government to no longer make it a goal per 1,000 people to have 2.75 acres of green space, but instead to just be a 5-minute walk. That could be a pocket park, and that could be for a highly dense neighborhood. And I think that it's important that we encompass that amount of green space in here. I think that this is a thoughtful amendment, and I will be supporting it for those reasons. And it's the reason that, as I mentioned before, I forfeited my other amendments. So thanks, Councillor Wiebe. And my fingers are crossed that not only will this pass and this will move us forward, but this will also help to get the park board on side, because I'd like to remind all of council that the entire park board that usually unanimously agrees on, and they don't agree on anything. They agreed that they shouldn't move forward with the Broadway plan. It was a shocker, I think, to all of us to hear that the first day we sat here listening to the Broadway plan, but I'm hoping that this will help to remedy it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. To Councillor Wiebe's amendment, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to support this amendment. I think it's really thoughtfully done and reflects a lot of what we've heard from residents who took the time to call in and to write us around the importance of green space, and that can take different forms. In some case, it is park acquisition, which is part of the public benefits strategy. But I know I also inquired prior to the public council meetings around the opportunity for pocket parks and smaller parks, and Councillor Wiebe has mini parks in there. So that people do have green space to gather in. And then the other part of this I want to speak to is around the reallocation of road space, because again, this is something that I think collectively as council has been in agreement on, both in a motion I brought around the pandemic and making space, but further amendments around looking at reallocating roads for other uses, whether it be for active transportation or for patios. And so I think this is really thoughtfully done and is aligns well with the existing strategies in the plan. So I'll support it.
Thank you so much, Councillor Dominato. Mayor Stewart, over to you.
I have a point of information to staff.
Yes.
Thank you. So I see that staff haven't provided comments on this amendment. I presume that that's...
Yes, this one came in a little bit late. We did provide comments later this afternoon. I'm happy to walk through those for you, Mayor.
Well, can I ask you what I'm concerned about is this considered a major change that would send the plan back to staff and move it out of the hands of our vote tonight, or would it and into the next council, or is that something that we can accomplish tonight? That's just is this our...
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for the question. If I were to break this down, section A, the first section is fine. We can certainly align that. Section 2 is fine. We can report back on that. Section 3 and 4 are significant changes to the plan, and the plan would need to come back. And there was a fifth one and the fifth one working with the school board. Has that been deleted here? Okay. So yes, the first two staffs could support. The second two are significant revisions. 11, the current going price for park space in the plan is about $80 million per hectare. This asks for 11 hectares, and it significantly alters the public benefit strategy.
Thank you. Chair, I won't be supporting this. I understand what folks are trying to do here, but essentially, if we vote for all three of these, or all four of these, then it's over, and it's the next council that gets to do the work. So I won't be voting for this.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Weed?
Yeah, question through you to staff. Is the public benefit strategy for 10 years and these goals would be for a 30-year part of the plan? So wouldn't it be that we could have this as our 30-year plan, recognizing that the public benefit strategy that you've provided to us is only for 10 years?
This could conceivably add another billions of dollars. I don't know that we could pay for it in 30 years. Now, as you may recall, Mr. Shalito recommended that the staff be directed to go back and work with Park Board staff to come up with some acceptable targets and a public benefit strategy to pay for those, and look at alternative types of parks and how those could be.
But for the community centers, I mean, wouldn't this give us a target so that when the mayor's having conversations with other orders of government, we can look for the funding to ensure that the livability of these neighborhoods is met? And recognizing that if the plan is growing more than the current number, we'd be able to find them. Recognizing that the community center number came from a 400+ report that did extensive studies and consultations in the city of Vancouver to look at that number. These aren't numbers that just got pulled out. This is extensive work by elected body to deliver these numbers, as well as consultants. So this is the number that they have seen fit for us to have a livable community. And so I believe that we should be aspirational in these numbers, and that's what we should thrive for and work hard to get, because I think renters in the city deserve this type of amenities, and I will continue to support it.
Thank you. I don't think that was a question, but Councillor Bligh, go ahead.
Thanks very much. It sounds like it might make sense to sever this vote. So that's a request that I have.
All four?
Yes.
All four, okay.
And I think, it's an interesting conversation. I know we're all, as far as what I've heard around council chambers over a long period of time, how important parks are and green spaces, and ensuring that we plan for adequate amenities that will be able to ensure that livability and folks are able to get outside and be able to have that balance in their life. And one thing that I'm concerned with, and Councillor, we've mentioned aspirational, and I think that we hear frustration from communities who have seen aspirational targets put into community plans and then they're not reached. And then it feels like we're not delivering on something that we put in a plan. And so I'm just cautious around supporting this, because of course I want to support this. I think we need to have these parks, but we're talking about billions of dollars in a plan right now. It's very similar to the previous amendments, I think, in the sense that it changes the context of the plan. And when the numbers are as specific and the cost, the risk is as specific, these are not aspirational. Aspirational is as much park space as possible. That's an aspirational goal. These are very, very, very detailed, specific commitments that we're making. And I think we need to be very careful that we're not over-promising that we couldn't possibly deliver. That would then be up to future councils to have to manage that conversation with the public. And we manage it every day with the West End Community Plan and others. And it's a difficult one to be in. So I think we really have to recognize the risk here and weigh that when voting on these amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Boyle, to the amendment.
Thanks. I was also just going to ask to sever. I certainly can support the first two, but for all the reasons laid out, I appreciate the intent of the third and fourth, but I'm very concerned that the whole plan would be sent back again because of it. So appreciate the ask to sever.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I think I have a way forward on this, because I will say that I don't think there's anything more important than ensuring livability in the form of green space and community amenities. And I'm 125% with Councillor Weeb on that one, as he knows from our time on Park Board, and he referenced the green space. But I don't want to throw out the plan and miss the housing, but I want to set a stake in the ground with respect to signaling to the community that we're going to continue to work on improving community amenities and green space within the plan area. And so for that reason, I do have an amendment to this.
I'll just move us to an amendment queue. Just a second. Oh, shoot. I did the right, I think the clerk and I did this at the same time. I hope people remembered where they were on that queue for the amendment Q1. I'm so sorry. I thought I was in amendment Q2. Is everybody on amendment Q2 that intended to be on amendment Q2? There's a lot of names on here.
I think this queue is different.
This is a different queue than the.
This is not the one we're on.
The
Can
one
we
we
just
were
move-
on, I thought we were on amendment Q2. So it's just one second. I'm answering a question. Those of you who are on amendment Q1, which is where we just were and you were speaking, your names were erased. So if you could get back on, remember to get back on it when you get back to yes, they've got, the clerks have got it. So that's amendment Q1. I need to move us on to amendment Q2 for Councillor Kirby Young's. Thank you, clerks. Great. Oops, it's Councillor Kirby Young, I think. Excuse me just one second. I'm just dealing with making sure we've got the right speaking order here. And all is good with that.
May I
Yeah, I
proceed?
think that's good because I had just moved.
Okay.
All right.
May I proceed, Chair?
Just one second. There was, what did you have as a point? I'm sorry, I missed that, Councillor Tichenova.
I'm not at the place that I was on the queue, but I'm happy to live with it. It's fine. Just move on.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young, to the, you presented an amendment, so
Yes.
to the amendment, so you can
Yes.
speak to that now.
Thank you, Chair. So the amendment that I am presenting, because as I mentioned, I'm fully there with Councillor Weeb, and in this striking the balance between wanting to move us forward on housing, but being responsive to the feedback from the public about the critical importance of community amenities, whether it's community centers or green space. I'm proposing this language, which was the alternate language that was provided by staff in the document, which to my understanding, and staff can identify later, will not preclude us continuing our consideration of this plan, but will have information come back to us about targets that we can set with respect to the provision of community space and green space in the area. And I want us to be aspirational, absolutely. But I also don't want us to make significant promises we can't deliver on. I'd rather that we over-delivered and under-promised. There was a mayor that was quite famous for saying he was going to end homelessness by 2015. And I don't think we want to promise $1 billion worth of park space, but we absolutely want to aspire to shoot for better. And so I'm hopeful that if we use this language, which is in the staff document they have vetted, that will enable us to set the stake in the ground on how important the community amenities are. And I really appreciate where Councillor Weeb's coming from on this.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. To the amendment, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, back in the day, we had 1.1 hectares per 1,000 residents. Now we're seeing that the lowest level of park provision scores in Van Play is actually 0.6 hectares per 1,000 people. I'm asking for 0.38. Like, we're talking, these neighborhoods are already this is less than the downtown east side that this neighborhood currently has. And what I'm asking for is very little on the spectrum of what the city's looking at. I've got maps in front of us that show most of the city on the west side is significantly higher. We're putting renters in an area, and I'm asking for the minimum, pretty much half of what the lowest colored score level is on the map. And looking at the 486-page report on community centers, whatever the page number is, this is the basic minimum. I'm not asking for the 1.1 hectares. I'm not asking for ambitious plans. I'm asking for what people see currently on the downtown east side. And I believe that these renters deserve more, and I believe the downtown east side needs more parks. So I'm not going to vote for this because it's not okay that we continue to put our most vulnerable people with the least amount of green space, and this does that. So I will not be supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Dominato?
Thank you, Chair. Just before voting on the amendment to the amendment and the amendment itself, I do have a point of information to staff through you, and it is just to clarify a question that was asked earlier because it is very important, I think, in decision making. There was a question about if this amendment, sorry, Councillor Weeb's amendment is supported, is that that sends the plan back. So could you just be really crystal clear with me tonight? That means if that passes, then we're done for the evening. There's no further amendments, no further debate or discussion, that the plan is essentially dead in the water. And because this is really important, because I
Yes.
think Councillor Weeb has I think his amendment has a lot of merit. But if I'm hearing that this one amendment sends an entire plan back, I need some clarity. I have to be blunt on that point.
Well, thank you for the question. It's a really good one. I'll try to answer it as directly as possible. This amendment, adding almost $1 billion in a plan that's only producing $1 billion in the first year, could significantly change the public benefit strategy. And so if it's important to me as your director of planning to bring you a plan that I know we can pay for, because like Councillor Bligh has said, I've heard in my short time here about frustration with West End plan and EFL plan and Marpole plan and lots of plans that have promised things that we cannot deliver. And so I was committed to bringing you a plan that I knew we could pay for. So if the council were to accept the reality that we're bringing forward something that we know is not possible, then I suppose this could go forward. But if you want me to, as I would like to be fiscally responsible to this council and bring you a balanced plan. So with that, it should go back. If we could finish some of these other amendments so we know when we go back how much we're working on, that would be great too, but this would require going back, if it's important to this council, to bring a fiscally responsible plan forward.
I do appreciate that. I guess I'll add one comment. Is the way I read, and this is again how I'm interpreting clause 3 in particular, is that it's aligning with a 30-year plan. So as I asked the question earlier, is that the public benefit strategy that's included is really only a 10-year strategy, and
that's correct.
The plan is 30 years, and so this is setting targets for over 30 years, and so we haven't quantified even. We're not at a place where what the other 20 years would look like or be costed. So I'm personally still inclined to support the initial amendment, and because I think that it is a priority and important, and again, it could be tackled as part of the next phase of the public benefit strategy. So that was my comments, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova?
Well, I will not be supporting this, and I'm surprised to hear the way that Councillor Weeb's amendment is being characterized. But it's not really surprising, considering ABC has said that they would like to abolish the park board. And that's a commitment that they made, and I have to look into that and consider that when I'm considering this amendment, the amendment here, because I think that this is thoughtfully rooted in not only Councillor Weeb's original amendment, not only what we heard back unanimously from Park Board, but I think that it's also important, Council, to remember that this is something, these are going to be the living spaces for people who live in higher density family housing. So we really have to ask ourselves, and I know a number of councillors here have had issues before with the size and space in family-sized units. So think about that. If we don't have adequate green space, if we don't have a plan to pay for it, and I just wanted to say, I mean, maybe if we weren't just doing 3 towers per block, but now Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment limited us to 3 towers per block. Had we not limited that, maybe we'd have the amenities that we need to pay for this. But because of that, we're left here, and I feel that we are stuck. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment to the amendment. I'm hoping that it doesn't pass so that we can go back to the thoughtful amendment that was put forward, which I think was, as Councillor Weeb said, a collaboration with a number of different councillors, including Councillor Kirby-Young. So I'm not sure why this is playing out the way it is on the floor of council right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Can I ask just one quick clarification through you to staff, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So to Teresa O'Donnell, I heard you say that you would want to bring a financially sound plan to council, so you would go back and calibrate that. So could that mean, for example, that in order to generate another 8.8 hectares, 80 billion a hectare, let's call it $1 billion rounding up,
Yeah.
right? Just for the park space, that might mean you would have to shift the tenure, the housing tenure in the plan potentially to be, for example, significantly more strata and compromise council's goal for more rental and affordable housing, because you would have to generate those funds from somewhere.
Yes,
So
Councillor.
it's either your taxes go way up, or you would have to shift your housing tenure to generate it from CACs.
Yes, Councillor.
So that's potentially, just to make this explicit, right? And in real terms, that might be the trade-off that we might see coming back.
Yes, and that's why we actually like your amendment to just let us study it and report back.
Right, because, and a follow-up question, this plan, as I understand it, when you said that the early direction set by council, the goal was to put the focus on rental and more affordable rental. So that's why the plan has constrained itself to a third strata, which is significantly less than we've seen in other areas of the city, like Canby Corridor and other large development areas. Is that right?
That is right, because this area of town has some of the most affordable rental anywhere, and we didn't want to risk.
Okay.
that.
And then a quick follow-up. Am I correct in my recollection and stats that, while today, more than 50%, 52, whatever it is, of current households are renters, that of the net new households coming into Vancouver, that almost 3/4 of them are renters?
Yes.
Pretty correct in round numbers, and so that's the need that we're looking at in terms of type of housing to support people.
Yes, Councillor.
Not to mention affordability challenges and wanting to increase affordability and maximize below market.
Right.
Okay. So we either put something forward that we can't afford, or we choose between housing priorities. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. There's Stuart.
Thanks to the Director of Planning for being so forthright on this. If you remember the plan, there's this little pie graph that has about $1 billion of allocation, and about half of that's for housing. And the rest is for a good chunks for childcare, and there's a bunch of other stuff for there's smaller slices for others. So what we're imagining here is a massive change of that pie graph, where almost all of it would be parks. So that will basically wipe out, in my calculation, if we're going to be honest with the public and not pretend to pay for something, have money for something we don't, it'll take out childcare, it'll take out the affordable rental. We won't be able to do strong renter protections. It will be basically the whole quarter will be mostly strata with a whole bunch of nice parks that nobody making under $100,000 will be able to live in. I just can't, and also what'll happen is if we vote for a fake plan that says, oh, we can't afford all this stuff, the next council will have to come back and fix it. So let's not fool ourselves what we're deciding here right now. You can't build a park along Broadway in 20 years from now. You have to put the land there now. Just like a bike lane. You can't say 20 years from now, let's build a whole new route and a whole new transit system and then put a bike lane in later. You have to buy the land up front to put parks in. Otherwise, it's all going to be developed, and the land will be too expensive to do. It's already, as we've heard, close to $1 billion. So this is the moment here. There's no kind of way back from this. If we decide to radically change the allocation of the capital in this project, that's it. Staff in good conscience would have to go back. We can pass 1 million amendments after this one, but they won't matter because the next council is going to have to come back and fix this. So I definitely will be supporting this amendment because it gives us a chance of getting through the other 15, 20 amendments that are coming forward. But if we vote this down and we vote in for the parks over housing over childcare, then it'll be the next council that has to fix it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just going to speak in support of the amendment, and actually just to acknowledge that with everything that is happening here, and this conversation around parks has been a hot topic for the entire process of the Broadway plan from early May.
I appreciate the amount of external pressure on this council to ensure that we are supporting the provision of parks. And so but in no way am not supportive of that. I think what we're debating here is the prescriptive nature of the initial amendment. And kudos to Councillor Kirby Young for pulling this together and creating a way forward. So I think it's incumbent on us to support the amendment to the amendment. It's the responsible thing to do. It may not be the political thing to do. It is the responsible thing to do to make sure that we are not overcommitting ourselves and future councils on a plan that cannot be delivered without a huge impact to the affordable housing component, which is a third out of half of the rental housing in this plan. So I'll leave my comments there.
It's Councillor Bligh. Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah, well, ultimately, the Broadway plan as proposed lacks sufficient amenities to ensure livability. But I won't go through all of that. I'll leave the topic with a response from the previously suppressed recordings of the Urban Design Panel reaction to the Broadway plan, which commented, you cannot have 50,000 more residents without much more green space. And at this time, I would like the panel to conclude it cannot support the plan without more parks. And secondly, park space needs to be in the public realm rather than space left over at the edges of private development. When you look at what we are proposing here, in comparison to what the World Health Organization recommends for a healthy and livable urban environment, we are behind all major cities, and even Singapore boasts 66 square meters per person. Thus, Vancouver is just 5% in this case of what Singapore has achieved. So again, it's existential, and so I'm not going to support this amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a hard decision. Of course, we want parks, but we have to pay to get the expensive land. So how do we get the money to get the land? We get the money from CACs, which only come from condos. So we're supposed to have 10% or 30% condos in this area. Does this mean we're upping it to 100% so we can get the money? Or does it mean that instead of using a lot of the CAC money for affordable housing, we're using it for parks, which means we don't get affordable housing if we get parks. So we get the parks, but the parks are for people who can afford the condos and not for affordable housing. So we have another neighborhood that's more exclusive, that has a nice park, that has lots of condos, and the folks that have to work there at Starbucks, at the grocery stores, at the restaurants, they're still coming in from Langley or someplace. So it's a difficult decision because you say, oh, we want parks. Of course we want parks, but you have to look at how we're going to get it and who it's going to benefit if we get it. And I don't think it's going to benefit the renters that we want to benefit in this plan.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick, are you on again?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what Councillor Swanson just said, because it just illustrates that the model that this whole plan is broken on is fundamentally flawed. And all we're going to be doing here is inflating land values and widening the gap between the rich and the poor, as Councillor Swanson would view it. So again, I think we need to go back to the drawing board. We're headed in the wrong direction, and this whole discussion is just amplifying that fact.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, okay, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm very much struggling with this. I appreciate the narrative. Of course, I was at the UDI luncheon today and got to hear the Minister of Housing talk about how much the municipalities need to do. But of course, our core job is doing things like providing parks, not providing housing and daycare. And I didn't hear the minister really step up on the notion of like the province actually meeting us somewhere here and stepping into this role to do the housing provision. So I am struggling with this motion. I'm also struggling with the original because I recognize that it is fairly prescriptive. So I see where Councillor Kirby-Young is trying to amend this in a thoughtful way. I guess if I can ask a question of staff, does this direction give us an opportunity to continue with the plan, but recalibrate some of our targets? And maybe it does involve tweaking the delivery of a bit more strata in the built form and coming back with sort of spot rezonings within the plan kind of parameters. Do we not have the flexibility in this plan to eke out a little bit more and shuffle things around with heights or density to achieve things like green space?
Well, that's, thank you, Councillor. That's I think the wisdom in Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment. It gives us an opportunity to study this. And we can always bring back a plan amendment if we find a way to do it. I also want to note that Falls Creek South was artificially removed from the boundaries of this plan, and there are 22 acres of open space in Falls Creek South that are easily accessible to this community.
Yeah, I think my impression, of course, of this is walkable communities, and if you're at Vine and Broadway or 16th and Vine, Falls Creek South is a pretty steep walk. Man, I don't like this process. Now I'm just running out the clock. Okay, so I'm just gonna take myself off the mic and I just have to roll the dice here.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, Councillor Fry. That does take us to the end of the queue on this amendment. Again, this is, Clerk, if you could take us to a vote. This is a vote on Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment to Councillor Weeb's amendment. That vote passes with myself, Councillor DeGenova, Hardwick, and Weeb in opposition. Okay. We are back to Amendment Q1, and I don't know why you aren't on the floor for that. It should be you, Councillor Weeb, not sure, Clerk. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young. This is to the amendment. The amendment is by Councillor Weeb. Go ahead if you have anything else to say.
I think the last quick thing I'll say is that I think that this is a real positive to this discussion and laser focusing us on the importance of public amenities and telling the public that we hear them loud and clear. And we're trying to balance that and maximize them to the best that we can, while also supporting housing delivery over a 30-year plan that will grow at a pace, not tomorrow, but over 30 years. So I think that committing to provisions and trying to continuous improvement and signaling, and I think staff are hearing that loud and clear, that these are the two things that the public wants, and I think these are two things that council really wants to see here. I would also note too that in the expectation of probably reviewing allocation of CACs upcoming, we may have additional opportunities to further refine some of these allocations, and we've happily seen some additional investments in things like childcare and others that may enable us as we work through some of these pieces in the coming, not too distant future, to potentially allocate more funds away from things like childcare because the province is stepping in and put more money into parks. So I just want to signal to the public that we're hearing loud and clear, and I think that there are opportunities where we can potentially look to augment it. And I think that that's the positive outcome of this conversation for me.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to reflect. Again, that I really appreciate the attention being paid to this because, as Councillor Kirby-Young just noted, we heard very loudly and clearly that park provision is a priority. And while there are no targets in this specifically, I think that is the work for staff to do in that report back. So that while there are some targets currently in the Broadway plan around certain percentage of acreage for park acquisition, I think that this is really does have to be a priority, and I am a little frustrated by some of the discourse to date about pitting one thing against another, because for us to have a livable city, we need to be able to provide housing for people, but we also need to provide space for people, amenities for people to enjoy living in the city. And so they are all important, and it is a bit of a balancing act in terms of, as a city, in terms of delivering amenities. But I just want to stress that is that in order to have a livable city for people to live in, we need to also have these other amenities, whether it be parks, whether it be community centers, whether it be schools, and places of employment. So, but I do really appreciate Councillor Reid putting a fine point on it and bringing it forward tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova.
I just wanted to say that this didn't have to happen, but unfortunately, an earlier amendment limited housing. So if we're limiting housing, we're limiting strata condo, and we're limiting our ability to pay for, things. And now this is a report back, and I'm pretty sure that the park board would have been happy with the original amendment that was there, but this is just, let's move ahead, but we'll report back on green space. You know what? You can have your bedrooms, you can have your kitchen, you can have your bathrooms, but your living room and your backyard, you'll get that maybe, never. And I don't think that that's sustainable. And to any councillor here who questions the size of living space, I would question that. I would question how we could move forward with family housing without considering adequate amenities, community centers, and outdoor space, especially for families. And I ran on a family-friendly platform last time. It is what I said I would do. And parks and green space are a part of that. This council, the one thing that hasn't come up in this conversation is our commitment to climate action. So I think that if we're going to actually walk our talk here, you vote for Councillor Weeb's amendment. Now we're just reporting back on it. So I think that it's quite ironic. It's not lost on me, the irony of that, considering all of the 22 recommendations we considered in the climate emergency action plan. But tonight we're going to think about parks. We're not going to do anything about it. We're just going to ask staff to report back on them. I would have rather had the compromise of having more density as a trade-off, because I understand we have to pay for it, as I said, but the same councillor who put forward the amendment that changed this also limited the density that we would have. So although I will support this because it's better than nothing, it's not good enough.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we have more on the list to speak. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Bligh, you're next.
I don't need to make any more comments. I just wanted, in the interest of expediency, to let the clerks know I'm not interested in severing now. I'm happy to vote as well.
Okay, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I will be voting in support. I think that it's great that we will be looking for provisional targets. I hope that they're actually stronger than the ones I put forward, and we find creative ways to deliver. I'm also looking forward to having this conversation when we have the broader Vancouver plan, because we need to ensure that as we design our city, we make sure it's livable. So I will be supportive of this.
Great, that is the end of the speakers list to this amendment as amended. So take us to a vote, please, Kirk. And that does pass unanimously. Oh, somehow my request to speak thing doesn't have anybody on the queue, which I know there is a list. Oh, great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll cede my time.
Okay.
Councillors put their amendments forward.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Carr. I have also circulated an amendment.
Councillor Boyle, I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Right. I see the clerk is working at putting it up. So I'm asking council to commit to a future for the street of Broadway that builds on the plan staff have included in the report, but actually goes a bit further to reallocate more space to people, space for people to move and gather, including AAA safe active transportation lane. I heard someone say a moment ago that we haven't yet talked about our commitment to climate action, and so fear not, here we are. This is asking that we prioritize people over private vehicles, and I want to be clear, I put a lot of thought into the wording of this to make it clear that it wasn't about pitting cyclists against pedestrians. I think we shouldn't be doing that anywhere. It really is about a decrease in private vehicles, and I know there was a question about what car light means in here, and I appreciated the staff response, and will say as well myself that the intention here is that it's that there are fewer personal cars. There obviously a need for certain types of vehicles on Broadway, much as I love the idea of a totally car-free linear park across the city. That isn't possible here. There are some needs for vehicles on that space, and so we should prioritize those needs while reducing private vehicle use, particularly as that option of the subway is coming online. I also want to add that I think it's important, as staff said, that we give clear direction. So I broke this up into a few pieces, but my intent here is that it's very clear that this isn't about reducing pedestrian space. It is about prioritizing active transportation and pedestrians in this space. We know that people bike on Broadway already. They bike on Broadway because they're accessing shops and services there. And we have an increasing amount of micromobility. We have a motion, as council knows, coming up next week to increase the number of electric scooters around as well. One of the big challenges we're seeing with electric scooters here and elsewhere is that people are riding them on sidewalks because there aren't other safe places for them to be. I am absolutely certain that in this Broadway plan, we will see more electric scooters, and we need to create safe space for them, for delivery people who are using them, for people getting around on them. This is a 30-year plan, and the street design here, the infrastructure investments that we're making need to get us to 2050. I hope we do it right with a view to a healthier and more livable city, and that we make a clear commitment to where we're going, not trying to build a bike lane 20 years from now, but doing it right now when we're making the investment. We know it will be well used. We know it will make the space safer for everyone using it. I will leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Up to the amendment, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And I've circulated an amendment to the amendment, and while staff are bringing it up, I'm just going to offer a few comments because Councillor Boyle and I've had numerous conversations about this because actually we're very aligned. We both cycle. I know there's other councillors who are also cyclists and are big believers in complete streets and having safe, active transportation across the city. And I was listening intently to the questions that were asked throughout the number of days we've met, and also with the report back that we had at the close of the last meeting around the considerations, I would say, around this street, because as was noted again today, is that it's actively used for service delivery, transport, first responders, and so on. And so I'm hoping this is taken as a friendly amendment. And again, Councillor Boyle and I've talked at this at length because I don't like the, unfortunately at times there's been some, in the public narrative, real divides around cars versus bikes, and I am multimodal in my lifestyle and really believe in it as a city. I think it's really important. And so what I'm trying to propose is that staff report back on different street designs, including consideration of a AAA active transportation lane, as well as Councillor Boyle pointed out, considerations of micromobility. And so it allows for staff to do that due diligence. So it's still giving that clarity, but allowing them to do the due diligence, come back with further detailing of what are all the considerations, what are all the implications of going down that path, and So I think, I feel it strikes the balance, but I am putting it out there for council's consideration because I am, very like mind to Councillor Boyle on this issue. And so, but I think this would allow space for staff to do the work. But I see staff are up there to speak, so I'll pause there.
Thank you so much. And my apologies, I didn't move us to an amendment Q2, but I think Councillor Bligh, you were on that. Oh, you're on the main, was it Councillor Boyle? Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. To your amendment.
Yes, thanks. I only just saw this now. I wish it had been circulated ahead of time. As Councillor Dominato said, her and I've had a number of conversations about this, and I didn't know that she was planning on amending my amendment. So I'm just going to speak to it on the fly to say, well, I can appreciate the intent of this. I feel strongly that we should give clear direction here. We're governing. We are here to make decisions, and I think it's helpful for us to give that direction. My original amendment asks for that information back. It still gives us options to review and figure out what does this look like in some of the tighter spots. How are we doing this balance? But I do think it's important that we make those commitments. We give that clear direction. I would be very disappointed to see it weakened in this way. It feels, and again, respectfully, I appreciate the kind of broad idea here, but it feels like a very weakened, non-committal version, and I hope we don't do that. I've been hearing a lot of support for this direction for all of the reasons that I named, and I don't need to name again. I think we need to lead, and I don't think that this is leadership.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Bligh, to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. As we have with other amendments, I do think that both versions have been circulated. It certainly was in emails that were sent to all of council that I've seen both. So I just wanted to double check with staff, because as we have with previous amendments, we have this spreadsheet, and I'm noting the language in the original amendment is actually not, well, could staff confirm, is this the original language in the amendment that is directing staff or council commit to building a AAA bike lane, essentially? Is that supported by staff, or is there a preference to have staff be able to go and provide an analysis and come back to council with a plan?
Councillor, if I may, I think Lon Leclerc or Paul Storer are on the line, and I'd ask that one of them respond, given this is kind of outside my wheelhouse a little bit.
Great. Lon Leclerc, are you on the line?
Yeah, Paul and I are both here. Do you want to start, Paul?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So I think, both the original motion and the amendment direct staff to go and look at a different design for Broadway. The way I think both are things that staff can act on. I think that the original one would, we'd interpret that as kind of our starting place would be building AAA bike lanes or transportation lanes along Broadway. With the amendment, I'd interpret that as look at a number of different options, kind of at a similar level, I guess, or similar playing field, and bring those back.
Okay, so I think I'm clear on that. Wasn't able to hear the beginning of what you said there, Paul, but can staff just reflect why then in the Broadway plan you did not recommend a bike lane, and it was looked at, it was considered, studied, and it came, and including consultation over the last 3.5 years, that you heard loud and clear that people wanted a walkable. I'm not advocating for one or the other. I just see that there's a real there's inconsistency in what we're reading in the report and what we're hearing now from staff. I think it's important to get on the same page.
Yeah, so what we heard during the initial engagement for the Broadway plan was really that people were, when we were looking at street space on Broadway and really focused on the lane on either side of the street that, carried B lines, essentially, the bus lane, that people really wanted to see an improved sidewalk space. So more space for patios, more space for walking, that kind of thing. And that was the priority for people. You know, when we did the analysis, reducing it below 2 lanes in either direction would be a challenge. And you know, this is as Lon said earlier, this is a street where we share responsibility with TransLink because it's the major road network. So you know, we would need to get their support for any changes, and they were supportive of going down to 2 lanes in either direction. But we would need to work with them if we were looking at reducing it further than that. So kind of based on our analysis and based on what we'd heard, you know, allocating space to pedestrians was really the priority.
Okay, and so by if we talk about a AAA bike lane in the original amendment, we're talking about reducing the Broadway corridor down from 2 lanes bidirectional to what?
If the direction is to reallocate additional road space beyond what we were proposing, which was kind of a lane in either direction, it would be a single lane in either direction plus turn bays and things like that. But you know, we could look at different options and report back to council on what the trade-offs would be in terms of in terms of places where you could allocate, you know, where you already have reasonable width on sidewalks and you could allocate more space to turning and things like that, and where you know, you could reallocate
Paul,
more
I only
space.
have 20 seconds left, so I just need to make a quick comment before I run out of time. And I guess thank you very much to staff for answering the questions. To me, it just seems like it makes sense to have more a study on this. It's not what staff have come forward on. I think it makes sense. I'm not opposed to it, but we have to consider the implications being a medical precinct, most of all, and an east-west connector. Even just with the construction right now with the subway, we know that West 12th is completely snarled, and I'm imagining single lane bidirectional on West Broadway, and I just think we have to better understand the full impact of what that plan would look like. So
Okay,
I'm going to support the amendment.
thank you. That is it for speakers to the amendment. To take us to a vote, please. Okay, that amendment fails. With myself, Mayor Stewart, Councillors Fry, Swanson, Hardwick, Weeb, Boyle, and Kirby Young in opposition. Okay, and that takes us back to Amendment Q1. Councillor Dominato.
I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry, this would be to the amendment
And I
that's on the
just
table.
sent in an amendment to the amendment, and actually, Councillor Bligh just mentioned this. Yeah, I'm happy with this general direction and committing to building a AAA on Broadway. I do struggle with the direction to staff to implement a car light Broadway. I've seen car light Broadway, and that's what's happening on 12th Avenue. So we've reduced the amount of traffic that goes and travels along Broadway, and now we see a pretty miserable situation on West 12th Avenue. And because this direction isn't actually prescribing a real modal shift, it's just saying take the cars off Broadway. Well, until we get rid of cars are going to have to go somewhere. And I'm not comfortable directing those cars onto 12th Avenue or 16th Avenue or wherever else they're going to go to facilitate the actual current movement of vehicles in our city, which do function on an east-west arterial as not. And so, you know, we have these arterials like 41st, like Broadway. And what I see on 12th Avenue right now, which is not built with a great street in mind, which is not built with generous sidewalks, which is actually, with all due respect to the good people who live on 12th Avenue, it's a pretty miserable street. The amount of vehicle traffic there, the amount of soot that people have to ingest, it's not a great thing. And I would love to see us improve 12th Avenue. And don't want to sacrifice other people's livability to achieve an aspirational goal when we're not really addressing the reduction in personal vehicles. We know that the future may have autonomous robot cars or electric vehicles, increasing the amount of, so I think that particular direction to have a car light street isn't fully fleshed out in a way that I think can meaningfully achieve best results for the people of Vancouver or the people within this Broadway plan area. So cool with the rest of it, not with that one line.
Okay, and Councillor Boyle, go ahead to the amendment. Oops, I'm
Thanks.
sorry, we should be in, I think we should be in amendment Q2. But go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I am not thrilled about this, but ultimately it's not a significant part of the amendment, and I would be very happy to see the rest of the amendment move forward. So I'm going to put my pragmatic hat on and live with cutting out this car light language. Again, the point is really the reallocating of road space and the commitments that we're making, and I think that's most important in moving forward in a good way here. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So take us quick to an amendment, to a vote on this amendment to the amendment, please. This is Councillor Fry's amendment. Councillor Swanson. Oops. Sorry. So that vote passes with myself, Mayor Stewart, Councillor Weeb, and Councillor Boyle in opposition. Okay. Back to Amendment Q1. Councillor DeGenova, you're up to speak to this. That would be an amended.
Yeah, I just have a point of information for staff.
Point of information, go ahead.
Thanks so much. I'm wondering, first of all, if staff could, through a point of information, tell me if deprioritizing personal private vehicles is not something you're already doing. Because I kind of thought that was the whole concept of the subway.
I'll ask Paul to address that question, please, Paul.
Yeah, we have, with the growth in the Broadway corridor and with the Broadway subway coming into place, we have goals to really shift a lot of trips to walking, cycling, and transit from private vehicles. So, we hope for the plan is for a large percentage of trips within Broadway to be by private vehicle or to be by walking, cycling, and transit.
Okay. But you already are doing that, correct? You're already deprioritizing private personal vehicles.
Yeah, and a lot of the plan is to create better ways for people to move around by walking, cycling, and transit. In addition to the subway, it's a greenway network. It's better bike routes and things like that.
Okay, so I kind of wanted a yes or a no. Are you already prioritizing this?
Yes, we were prioritizing walking, cycling, and transit over private vehicles.
Okay. Chair, I'm just wondering if you might be able to rule on something for me.
Go ahead.
It's just in hearing staff's answer already that they are doing this, and they just said, yes, they're already deprioritizing personal private vehicles. I'm wondering if under section 8.7F, if this is frivolous, as it's redundant. I mean, frivolous is a word we have in here. But I'm wondering if, because this is already being done, and I thought that was the whole concept of the UBC subway line and the Broadway subway, it just seems to me that to some counselors that are frustrated that we're taking too long tonight, repeating things that we're already doing might not be helpful.
Are you asking that the whole amendment is for, you're using the whole amendment is?
Well, I understand that when a part of it is, it's the whole thing. But I was really just concerned about that paragraph up top.
So I can seek further clarity from staff.
I just did through
Is staff saying that, I mean, I can rule on it, I can speak privately to them, but I can also just ask the question. Is staff saying that everything in that first paragraph is already being done?
It was that piece I asked you to rule on. Thanks.
It was what?
It was just the piece on the deprioritizing personal private vehicles. I asked staff if that was already being done through my point of information. They said, yes, they're already doing that. Sorry, Chair, I know it's a late hour. I'm trying to help move this along. It's the last sentence of the first paragraph on the screen.
You're asking me to rule on the last sentence of the first paragraph, that's all.
Well, but that rules the whole thing, I understand.
Staff?
If I could offer, Lon LeClaire.
Yes, go ahead, Lon.
General Manager of Engineering Services. So the first paragraph, I would say, is very much in line with what we are doing. The big difference here is the further that commit to a AAA safe active transportation lane on Broadway. That's clear direction, which differs from our recommendations in the plan.
So I was asking you to rule on that paragraph.
Yeah, I'm going to take a 5-minute break and I'll discuss this with staff. Everybody take a time for a break anyway.
Yeah, get the Explore in case put in there.
So could take their seats, please. Council, if you could take your seat, please. Great. Okay, I've been asked to rule on whether or not the first paragraph is frivolous. Specifically in D part as a personal private vehicles, but then it was expanded to the first paragraph. I'm not ruling it to be frivolous. In discussion with staff, including legal staff, the combination of all these things, staff said maybe we're doing something here or something there, and they're sort of generally in goals, but to have them comprehensively put together and specifically applied to Broadway is unique. So I'm not ruling it frivolous. Go ahead.
Thanks, Nana. My clock kept running for quite some time. I was not at 4 minutes. I was about 2 minutes. And I saw it keep running, but everybody had already walked away.
Right.
What I'll just say quickly is I appreciate your ruling and your thorough consideration. I've had amendments and motions called out of order for less, and I did hear our staff say, clearly, yes, we are already doing some of this. So for that reason, I won't be voting for this because we've addressed many of these things and we are doing them. And I just find it a little bit ironic from someone who was frustrated that we were taking so long earlier, that we were going to prioritize doing things that we're already doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb?
Yes. My question is to staff, recognizing the capital budget. Do we see this as something that can be done in the short term? Do we have some long term? Like, what is the planning, recognizing you said you want to deliver an actual plan? I mean, if this is something we're moving forward with, it'd be great to know, right? We've seen the pictures, beautiful street trees, all of that stuff, right? Little green swells. So how actionable is this, recognizing that we want to be having a deliverable plan?
So I can respond to that as well. It's Paul Spar, Director of Transportation. You know, as part of the work that we would do to look at different street designs, we would also look at what the cost might be and whether there would be kind of interim treatments that we could put in at a lower cost versus kind of a long-term design. So that's all things we could report back to council on.
Okay, and recognizing part of the agreement we have with TransLink, that this would be incorporated with all the other greenways and bikeways to make sure that we have, I think it said that we have to deliver a yearly cycle strategy as part of that agreement with TransLink. Can you speak to how this would align with the agreement we currently have with TransLink for the yearly review on cycle?
Yeah, so under the supportive policy agreement, there's a number of things that we report out onto TransLink. So we would work with TransLink on the exploration and look at how we would report out on that.
Okay, so this would align with that work, and I guess we have a report coming back in September that we're going to deliver to TransLink. Is that correct, or are we bumping that for another year on the cycle? RG.
I'm not 100% sure on that, Lon. Are you aware?
No, we're not planning a report in September.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That's it. Councillor Weeb, thank you. Councillor Bligh?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm going to support this amendment because I would have quite clearly preferred to support Councillor Dominato's, because similar to the parks, I think it's sort of in the same vein. It's right, being responsible about how we're planning and not overcommitting for things that staff have clearly stated they need the time to be able to appropriately scope. And once again, we're responding to external pressures, and I keep coming back to the responsibility of this council to make decisions that are best for the future of this plan, which is 30 years out. But all that to say, I've heard from staff, and as most of my time in the previous amendment was spent hearing from Paul, that they are going to come back to council probably a number of times before we make a decision really on how a bike lane can be realized. on the Broadway corridor specifically. So in those discussions, I think we'll be able to shape what's best for the city going forward, recognizing that safe, active transportation is absolutely a priority. It's a subway corridor, rapid transit corridor. It lines up with the intent of why we're in this process in the first place, which is sustainable transportation in the long term. So I will support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Hardwick. You may be muted.
Isn't 10th Avenue the bike lane? Question to staff.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, we have other cycling facilities, including on 10th Avenue and the off-Broadway route that runs on 5th and 7th and 8th, depending on where you are in the corridor.
So then if this goes forward, will you free up 10th Avenue to deal with other necessary ground transportation?
Well, you know, when we look at protected bike lanes or active mobility lanes on Broadway, our expectation would be they would be more to serve the businesses along Broadway. You have a signal every block. On alternate routes like 10th Avenue, you probably have fewer signals. So for people traveling longer distances, it would probably still be a priority corridor.
Yeah, and we're talking about a block apart and we don't have access for vehicles to be servicing the buildings. It's the commercial or the residential, and we don't have enough money for parks. I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I think tonight, for me, the focus is the great housing debate. I think the great street debate will come when staff come back with options. I would encourage them to kind of phase that work and do some early conceptual. It makes me think a bit about the Granville Bridge and some of the redesign. I don't think, or this needs to go to full redesign. I think they should come back with sort of early concept options and trade-offs so that at a high level, before investing a lot of funds, council could really see the trade-offs between prioritizing those, because clearly people are starting to move in different ways, and we do have a significant and expensive transportation system going in. So I actually want to see all of it and see how we can find the right balance, because I want better pedestrian and wider pedestrian space. I want more space for micromobility. And I also want to make sure that economy driving kind of commercial vehicles that don't have another option, the East-West Connector, can also still move. So I'm interested to sort of have some information and sort of get into a fulsome debate that we don't have the scope and ability to do tonight. But I know I want to see the options. And I don't think we need to go forward to that level of design. I hope staff will come back with some high level that will get that conversation engagement started, because I think that that public input is going to be really important as to looking at that balance, right? And I think that that is a project all by itself, right? In addition to kind of the project with respects to the significant housing discussion that we're having tonight. So I'm going to support it, but that's how I'm hoping that the process will unfold coming back, so that we can pace that and make some good decisions on balancing the different modes that can coexist alongside each other. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. And so that does move us to a vote. That's the last speaker on this amendment by Councillor Boyle. Clerks, for the vote. Councillor Boyle? Okay. So that vote does pass with Councillors DeGenova and Hardwick in opposition. Okay. That moves us back to main queue, and I am up next. So I do have some motions. I wonder, Vice Chair, if you could, Kirby Young, if you could just take over, please.
Yeah, certainly. Happy to. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Great. I have three amendments that I'd like to table. I'll start with my first amendment.
I'll ask the clerk to move us to an amendment queue. And go ahead with your first amendment, Councillor Carr.
Great, thank you. My first amendment has to do with public safety and specific fire safety. That given the projected population increase of 50,000 new residents within the Broadway plan area over 30 years, which may happen at a faster than expected pace, Council directs staff to commence no later than Q2 2023 an updated third-party operational review of Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, including immediate and future staffing needs and new or expanded fire hall facilities to ensure the needed capacity to ensure public safety. My reason for putting this forward is that that actually right now, even the Broadway corridor has at times, in its current state, had to be to receive service from fire halls outside the area. So, for example, Yaletown has the fire hall has taken on having to serve the Broadway corridor from time to time. Similar, if we look at 50,000 people, of course, that is over an estimated 30 years. Mission, for example, has 30,000 residents, 20 firefighters, 100 paid on-call firefighters, and 25 full-time which translates to about 25 full-time firefighters. Port Coquitlam City, 65,000 residents, a little bit more than this, but has 2 fire stations, 5 response apparatus, and 86 full-time staff. I think it's really worthwhile, especially because I don't know if it's just me or if all of you have also noticed that there seems to be a number of more fires within our city that our firefighters have had to respond to, and this is a lot of people within this particular area. So that's my reason is really about public safety.
I'm not seeing other councillors, so I'll take the opportunity to ask a question myself, if I can, and that is, Councillor Carr, I'm wondering, because you referenced a 50,000 increase potentially in new residents over the period and the importance of public safety. I know the VPD has also done an operational review, but council hasn't staffed them yet to their multi-year operational review, and you mentioned the importance of public safety, so would you see it being important that we staff within new residents up both Vancouver Fire and VPD?
I specifically focused on this, but I think that overall, the concern of council is one of the concerns of the and one of the responsibilities of the city is around public safety in general, fire and police.
Okay, but did you consider, I guess follow up to that, did you consider doing a similar amendment for police officers as well as firefighters?
You know, at this point, there's also, in my mind, you probably know Councillor Kirby Young, that I have also been very much an advocate around community policing stations, for example, alternate ways perhaps of delivering some police services. But if the call and demand on police is something that that requires us to look at the staffing requirements to serve the needs of people, I'd be willing to look at that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the answer. And I do see others on the queue now, Councillor. Just lost. Councillor Boyle, go ahead with questions.
Thanks. I don't have questions. Just to say I'm very happy to support this. I think it is important to be looking at. I appreciate Councillor Carr's consistent thoughtfulness on this, and am absolutely happy to see it pass, or hope to see it pass.
Okay, that's all, Councillor Boyle?
That's all.
Perfect, thanks. Very efficient. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Well, this is a tricky one because on the one hand, I support the outcome, which would be a third-party operational review of Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. However, the underlying assumption is a projected population increase of 50,000 new residents, which has been identified not as evidence-based but aspirational, and it's a max estimate. So I agree with the outcome, but not the assumption on which it's based. So I'm kind of torn on whether to support it or not, because I think we need it, but I don't buy the underlying assumption.
Okay, that's all, Councillor Hardwick?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Going once, going twice, seeing no one else on the queue, I will ask the clerk to take us to a vote. Maybe clerk, okay, it looks like that has passed with none in opposition. Councillor Carr, you still have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'll introduce my second amendment. My second amendment speaks to...
Sorry, just get the clerk to move us to a new queue and then go ahead.
Thank you. My second amendment speaks to our commitment as a city to reconciliation. We all listened to the UNDRIP task force report that was just delivered this week, and had some very clear messages in that around the desire of the host nations to see reflected in the actual living landscape of the city their values, their art, their culture, and that's what this motion, this amendment speaks to. That council directs staff to consult and work with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations to understand their interest in visibly incorporating their values, history, and art into the public realm of the Broadway Plan area, including the Broadway Great Street. And if there is interest, direct staff to collaborate with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations on the incorporation of their values, history, and art into the public realm of the Broadway Plan area, including the Broadway Great Street. I wanted to be clear on this, that I had passed this language by the co-chair of the UNDRIP task force, who did provide edits, which I incorporated into this. One interesting point to me was in fact his request that we would not presume that they would want to move forward due to their capacity of delivering on various projects, and that so ask them first, then if they're willing, which he thinks they will be, very much so, then move forward. So I appreciate that process of decision-making. And I think all of us have been incredibly inspired by the presentation at the Heatherlands discussion and decision that we made just recently at public hearing in terms of the incorporation of the values, the culture, the art, and history into the landscape.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Mayor Stewart, you have the floor.
Thanks. So I'm definitely supporting this. I was listening to Councillor Weeb talk about whether or not Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh kind of support this plan, and how we get input from the nations. And what's evolved, I'd say, over the last 2 years for me is that I basically talk to the chiefs, I would say, once every week or once every 2 weeks, and we have kind of agendas that we go through. And what's great about that is I find the chiefs are starting to bring forward ideas that they haven't talked about with past councils, and so some of those have been brought to this council. On the Broadway plan specifically, I know the nations are really united around supporting the SkyTrain and all the way to UBC, but as well as density that accompanies that. But I'm sure this would be something that we could also incorporate into the work we're doing here, as it's starting to happen around in buildings all around the city, which is fantastic. So again, Chief Sparrow was in here the other night saying, I think very sincerely, that he feels that this council has been the best council for his band and the other nations to work for. So I think more, just that we always, it seems in almost every debate we have, consideration of the nations comes up in a very authentic way in our discussions. It's definitely noticed, and I think it's really helped us in becoming a real city of reconciliation as we move that forward. So I think even though we may not, I can tell you one thing: when there's something we're doing they don't like, I definitely get a call on that. So I mean, we may not get an okay on every single project, but definitely, I think this is a great invitation. So definitely will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go to a vote. And that passes with none in opposition. Chair Carr, you still have the floor. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Yes, and my third amendment is really speaking to the issue, I think, that has been a large part of our discussion today, which is the trade-off we're all seeing between the delivery of non-market or more affordable housing, even rental housing, and the density needed to do that to get to some more affordability versus development that then comes through the private market that we could garner CACs or community amenity contributions from to be used for other community benefit and public amenities. So one way, a different track around that is to see an increase in the amount of non-market housing. And that's what this motion, or sorry, this amendment speaks to, that council directs staff to develop and report back for our consideration zoning changes within the plan area, specifically for non-market affordable housing, including co-ops, social, supportive, and nonprofit housing, and that this work be included in the priority implementation strategy contained in Appendix B, so that the necessary scoping and analysis could be reported back to council and completed through plan implementation. And further, that council directs staff to report back to council on options for deepening affordability as part of the Broadway plan implementation work and as part of the citywide work to refresh housing targets. The last part of this motion, the further, that was language that was suggested by staff in response to the amendment that I had submitted for review by staff.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Just pausing a moment, and I'm not seeing anybody, so I'm going to ask the clerk to take us to a vote. And that passes. Could I just confirm for the clerk, I have 10 and 1 absent, and Councillor Dijanova was able to participate but is absent. Is that correct? Okay, so it's not a technical glitch. Okay, just confirming. Okay, thank you. Council and Chair Carr, do you have anything further?
I don't. Thank you very much.
I'd like to commend you for being very efficient with those amendments and turn the chair back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are now moving on to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I'll ask staff to have a couple of amendments to bring up the first amendment with respect to adding language to page 283 of the Broadway plan around solar access and independent schools. While they're bringing that up, I'll speak to it. Is just to briefly articulate that the Broadway plan brings forward a pretty rigorous solar policy, and in doing so, it acknowledges wanting to ensure there's solar access in parks and public spaces, and as well as public schools, school grounds. But in doing so, neglected to include independent schoolyards. And so this amendment addresses that, recognizing that if council does want to endorse the solar policy that's proposed in the Broadway plan, that we're then treating children equitably in that. I do think that we need to have some flexibility with our solar policy, but this specifically just deals with the fact that we didn't include independent schools.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. That's, sorry, I should have taken us to an amendment queue for that. And I'm, Council, if you're free to speak to this amendment. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks so much. I am just sorting through the spreadsheet, and I'm wondering if we can hear from staff about what the implications of this would be.
Staff?
So a point of information
Yep,
through you, Chair.
I got that. Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. And there is a staff person coming forward.
Thank you, Council. Again, we haven't had the chance to look at the detailed analysis for adding independent schools to the solar access policy. We did do really rigorous testing around the solar access policy that is included in the plan. The balance there was to try to figure out ways to protect our public open spaces and shopping streets without having an undue impact on our housing affordability. So that was the balance. We haven't had the time yet to do the analysis required on the independent schools.
We do, however, appreciate the switch in language that shadow impact should be minimized, and I think that that's something that we can work with on a site-by-site basis.
Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. Okay, so just to clarify, in the updated language, staff don't see this as sort of definitive. This would be a guideline, but we wouldn't be eliminating any proposed developments that would otherwise fit the plan because of this. It's just the language is looser than that. I guess I'm trying to clarify because I think it wasn't supported in the original language.
Yes. I do believe that gives us the flexibility, and certainly when those cases come forward, we will do a very thorough analysis and bring that to council's attention so there can be thorough debate and discussion around that.
Okay, and is this something we already do? Do staff look at shadow impacts on independent schools at all currently?
I do believe we do. I'll ask Kevin to speak for that. Typically, we just protect public school space because we know that's open to the public after our hours, and sometimes the independent schools, it's during school hours. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sure, yeah. I'll add a little bit to that. So yes, we do, while we don't necessarily look to mitigate shadow impacts on private school property, as we do with any major conditional development, we analyze the effects of overshadowing on adjacent open spaces, private open spaces, or semi-private open spaces, and we do our best to work with the applicants to minimize as much as is possible. Every development at this stage will still be going through the highly discretionary rezoning process, which means that we would ensure that we're engaging with the schools and doing an assessment on the impacts of new buildings to neighbors.
Okay, just to clarify, staff already work to minimize shadowing impacts on independent schoolyards? That's what I just heard.
You're breaking up a little bit, Councillor Boyle. I wonder if you could speak more directly into your mic.
Yes, sorry, I'm also trying to do bedtime here. I just wanted to clarify what I thought I just heard from staff was that we already work to minimize shadowing impacts on independent schools.
I think what Kevin was trying to say is we assess those impacts and we try to work with applicants to minimize. This would give us more leverage, I think. One thing I think might be important to note that the shadow policies in the Broadway plan exempt Carrie, social and affordable housing from the shadow requirements. Again, we'll try to minimize it, but we don't typically look to lower the height.
And would this change that?
No.
This wouldn't impact social or nonprofit housing.
No, Councillor, it would not.
Okay. Thank you for all of those answers. I know it was a lot. This seems unnecessary to me. It sounds to me like we do this. So, well, I'm not going to ask for a ruling. I don't think it's needed.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Boyle, and you are out of time as well. Councillor Fry, to the amendment.
Well, I see where this is needed if it's not already articulated that we're considering independent schools and the shadow impacts. And I'm notionally kind of supportive of this, but I just want to get some very specific clarification, because I know we have a project referred to public hearing that is an independent school that is going to have some shadow impacts, and I just want to make sure that this is kosher within that context, and this does not change our public hearing process or interfere in that way.
It would not.
Okay, then I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I'll just comment briefly. I appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing this forward because I think kids are kids and people are people. And kids need sunshine just like people need parks and green space. And there really isn't a difference, right, in terms of health and well-being. So I appreciate that Councillor Dominato, having a strong background in schools and being on the school board, obviously was able to pick this up in the plan, and I will support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. Just a point of information through you to staff, that this wouldn't affect any referrals that have already gone to public hearing.
That question was just asked, actually, Councillor DeGenova.
My
and the answer
apologies.
no.
I was also trying to do some bedtime stuff. So
The answer from staff was no. It will not affect.
It's my time. I did ask staff, but if you'd like to answer instead of staff, Chair, that's fine.
No, well,
I'm also going to ask a similar question to Councillor Boyle. I appreciate it, but this is already being done in every single building because we're talking about shadow impacts on schools here, but you look at shadow impacts regardless. That's why we have the boards up here during public hearings. So every rezoning, every building that we consider at a public hearing or that you consider in applications, even if it doesn't need a rezoning, it's for DP, you consider those impacts already. Is that correct?
It is correct. However, this gives us very explicit language, policy language to do that.
Well, if it's already happening, I tend to agree with Councillor Boyle. So I just feel that we're getting into the minutia here. And while I appreciate the sentiment behind it, I do think that there are bigger concerns in the Broadway plan, like green space for children to play. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Hardwick. You might be muted.
Thank you for that. I'm just curious, question to staff through you, Chair. We're talking about private, independent schoolyards here. Is there contemplation in the plan for public schoolyards, for parks and green spaces broadly? Are there shadow studies that are being applied? I recall seeing that the UDP commented that social housing should not be exempted. I just like a clarification around how the shadowing impacts are being contemplated in the plan in these other applications.
Yes, we do have a very robust shadow policy that is a part of this plan.
So this is just an outlier that slipped through the cracks?
It was, the shadow policy is written by staff, did not include the private independent schools.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and appreciate the questions around this. And I think just to address a couple of comments or questions by councillors as well. There's been reference to, well, this is taking place already, but I did ask staff specifically in previous meetings about this being a solar access policy that is specific to the Broadway plan, and I was told, yes, it is specific. It is more robust than existing bulletins. And I will note that on page 281 of Appendix A, it very specifically says applicability of this policy is solar access requirements in the Broadway plan area apply to parks, public schoolyards, and village shopping streets, plazas existing or in development at the time of adoption of the Broadway plan. So the policy itself is very specific to the Broadway plan. And so the inclusion of independent schools is actually not redundant. It actually is an addition to, irregardless of the existing solar access bulletins, in my view. And so that's why I'm stressing the importance of that we treat kids as kids across the spectrum. I think the bigger elephant in the room is actually around the park and public space access that we already discussed previously, and the desire for the public to have that green space. But I just wanted to be really explicit as to why I'm bringing it forward in the context of this plan, because the policy is specific to the plan.
Okay. And that's it for speakers to this. So I will move us to a voting, or have the clerks please move us to a voting queue. Again, this is on Councillor Dominato's amendment. And that vote does pass with 1 in opposition. Councillor DiGenova. Okay. We are, Councillor Dominato, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. The next amendment is, if staff could bring up, is with respect to fixed rate CAC framework. And well, we can't co-sponsor, this arose from discussion with Councillor Weeb, and so just recognizing that he participated in this conversation, and we did discuss this with staff. The resolution reads that Council staff to report back in Q3 2023 on options for a fixed rate CAC framework for the Broadway plan. And this just flows from work that council has previously undertaken around, and the staff in particular, around trying to reduce and eliminate negotiated CACs and move to a more predictable framework. And we've already done some of that work. Council did that, our staff brought that to council previously. Particularly as we know that it can take longer and result in delays around delivery of housing, and can be, I think, frustrating on all parties' parts around the negotiation process. And so I gather this wasn't something we could do at this time, but staff indicated it is something certainly they can look at on a go-forward basis. But we need a little bit of time with the plan to be implemented. So that's the thrust of the resolution.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. And Councillor DiGenova, over to you.
Thanks. I'm happy to support this. I've brought forward many motions over my 2 terms in council on fixed rate CACs, especially after going through one CAC report in my first term and realizing there was a $25 million difference in properties that were kitty corner to each other with exactly the same density and FSR increased. That being said, I just want to caution my colleagues that those of you who take issue with Canby and what we've done there with fixed rate CACs, you'd probably be getting the same package. And I can say that from my experience working in development and nonprofit and private sector. And it's something that I think is fair. I think that it's the way that we should be moving forward. The province has, since my previous term on council, made changes. Before, it just said CACs were voluntary contributions. And I asked how voluntary contributions could be negotiated if they were voluntary. We all know that there was a dance and a definite balance that had to be struck. But now that there is legislation that allows our staff to negotiate those CACs, I do think that it is important that we move to a fixed rate here. That being said, what you get on the Canby corridor is what you're likely going to buy here then, council. So I just consider that, considering we spend hours upon hours at public hearing from different councillors who are too concerned with that framework. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Hardwick.
I spoke at length today with former Director of Planning Larry Beasley on the subject of CACs, among other things. And it was really the shift after 2009 to regularize developer contributions as a revenue stream that has led to the exponential land inflation across the city. And I have real misgivings about this because we have created a dependence, even an addiction to CACs in the approach that this city has been taking towards funding its capital projects and otherwise over more than a decade now. And as we talk about affordability and housing, while at the same time taking actions to inflate land values, not just incrementally, not just at pace of change, but exponentially, we've created a monster. So I have serious reservations about this. CACs were intended to be a site-specific or location-specific negotiation on large-scale developments. And this regularizing of developer contributions as a revenue stream from an urban land economics perspective is at the heart of our affordability problem, which is genuine in this city. So I'm reluctant to support anything that continues this dependence.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby Young, over to you.
Yeah, I'd like to respond kind of to Councillor Hardwick's point and echo that I'm also concerned about affordability, but I think uncertainty and undue amount of time in length of, put aside whether or not we should collect any CACs for the moment, because I'm not hearing an alternative proposed. But I am a big fan from the councillors, but I am a big fan of options. And I think that the negotiation process takes time and time costs money. And that means that housing is delivered later. And that means that construction and material costs go up. And it can be more difficult to find labor. And then the housing goes into the market at the rate at the later date that it's actually built and ready for folks to open. And so all of that does impact affordability. So I concur, which is why I think that getting options to look at a fixed rate where it's clear and transparent and can expedite the process around delivering some of these housing projects, particularly of the tenure that we're, of the ones that where we're looking to support livability, I should say, in the plan, makes a lot more sense to me. It can also provide some predictability around understanding and planning for the public benefit strategy, which would also be a bit more uncertain. I would have to make some assumptions that may not necessarily come to pass, right, in terms of doing some good scenario planning. So for those reasons, I think it makes sense for council to have those options back. And I look forward to getting that. Hopefully we can, 8:45, we're doing okay. Hopefully we can continue moving expeditiously through this if folks have commented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, supportive of this. Just want to zoom out for a second and acknowledge that actually the conversation at UBCM last month was all about moving towards a fixed rate system. They're even talking about getting rid of CACs because local governments across British Columbia are really struggling with how to pay for growth. They'd like to see the DCC, as they call DCLs, they'd like to see the formula change to cover some of the CAC thing. Negotiated CACs is a real complication, especially for smaller governments. It is for our government too, I believe, and certainly in the development industry. So I think this is a good thing to look into. So I support.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, I just have to come back and say that continuing down the same path and making the same mistakes is not going to turn this around. The decision to use CACs in the first place on a regularized basis has been a principal factor in land inflation. It may have started small, but it's created a dependency. So yes, we need to be looking at alternatives, but putting out fire with gasoline is not a solution. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick, and you were the last to speak on this. Clerks, if you could move us to a voting queue, please. And that vote passes with all in support except one in opposition, Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
I think last amendment. And if staff could bring up the amendment around mass timber and passive house, please. I'll just start introducing it in the interest of time. This resolution is joint with Councillor Carr. We were both having conversations and interest in this in light of feedback from the public around considerations around GHG emissions and if the Broadway plan's adopted, further development, including towers. And so the resolution reads that council directs staff to explore and report back on additional incentives to advance wood, including mass timber in construction and zero emission standards, including passive house. And consideration should be given to amending the Vancouver building bylaw to allow mass timber construction exceeding 12 stories outright, relaxation of zoning requirements, increases in density, and streamlining permit requirements. And as I said, this stems from what we know about the use of wood, the environmental climate benefits in terms of body carbons, and that while we can go beyond 12 stories, it's not outright at this time within the building code for mass timber. And there are some, I know, for example, we do have a proposal coming forward at a later date around, I think it's around of I think up to 21 or 22 stories, a hybrid mass timber project. That's a project with a local developer and the province, but it's just an example of how there is an opportunity to build taller using wood. and that this would be some recommendations that would come back to council at a later date. But I think it's just, again, to reflect some of the questions and feedback that we did hear from residents who called in on the subject of the Broadway plan, and particularly climate and environmental considerations that were raised.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. And I am not seeing anyone speaking, so we can move straight to a vote on this. And that is unanimous. That was very fast, that vote. Okay, Councillor
Thank you, Chair.
Dominato.
I'm done with amendments.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bligh, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have an amendment I'd like to move.
I'll just move it right over and go ahead.
Thanks very much. And this, so this amendment is looking to respond to the need for integrated planning with Vancouver School Board and also with the province. And I just work that I am able to participate with and collaborate with, and Councillor Fry and Councillor Carr, both on the Joint Council with Vancouver School Board trustees for long-range planning. This is a conversation that comes up often. It's also what we heard from a number of speakers who were concerned about the full, the Broadway plan and its full realization will lack the appropriate amount of schools that would be required. And considering a large portion of the plan is really speaking to family housing, we need to make sure that we are naming schools, long-range planning in this plan specifically, and asking both the mayor to engage with the Minister of Education, the Minister of Finance, specifically regarding prioritizing funding for new and expanded schools, and naming also the Olympic Village School that is long overdue in the Olympic Village community. And also to have staff directly consult. And we heard earlier that staff have not necessarily engaged with the province, but have with Vancouver School Board and continue to do so, and identifying many of the specifics, but not limited to sharing data, clearly identifying what schools are slated for expansion and sites for new schools, and really just bringing a lot of this planning in an integrated way. And I also want to acknowledge Councillor Dominato, who brought a motion forward in support of the Olympic Village School. And so this amendment has been crafted in collaboration with Councillor Dominato and Councillor Weeb, who both have spoken in support of ensuring that schools are part of this plan. So I'll leave it there in the interest of time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bligh. And Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I have a point of information through you to staff. And I wonder, I've heard us talk about this a number of times. I was just bringing up other motions. Are staff not already doing this? We talk about this at every public hearing almost. We have a separate motion on the Olympic Village School. I know the mayor's having conversations. I mean, he updates us. So I'm just trying to understand, is this already happening?
I am not aware of a request to the mayor to write to the Minister of Education or the Minister of Finance. So
But I mean, C, if we can talk about C. And if we can talk about sharing data, I've heard we're already sharing data, are we not?
we do consult with VSB. We have not consulted with the province.
Okay. You haven't consulted with the province at all? I've heard that you have consulted with the province.
Not on this plan, ma'am.
Okay, but overall in general, for our entire city, we consult with them. Is that correct? I'm not going to rule it out of order. I'm just trying to decide what I'm going to, or not going to ask for it to be ruled out of order. I'm just trying to decide what I'm going to vote on.
There could be that communication could go through VSB. I'm not aware that the planning staff talks directly to the province.
Okay, and planning for funding for these schools well in advance, if I could just ask, it's my last question. I'm just wondering, that's not our job. We don't plan for the funding. Is that correct? That would be a job of the school board and the province. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. So, Chair, I'd like to ask that we sever C because we can't plan for funding something. I mean, we do fund a lot of things here that aren't core services, but I don't want to make promises to people. So now in my debate on this, I'm going to say that I appreciate this and I support it, but I find it a bit ironic considering the conversation that we just had on parks and green space and how we can't pay for this. How are we going to plan to fund something that we don't even fund, but we won't commit to funding green space? We'll get a report back on it. So here, instead, we're asking staff to plan something and plan the funding for it when we're not the ones who actually fund it. But this council wouldn't support Councillor Wiebe in his motion to actually fund green space. So I'm just a little bit surprised, but I'd like to ask that we sever C on this. Thank you.
Absolutely, we'll sever C. Councillor Hardwick, on to you. You might be muted.
Sorry about that. Just confirming through staff that Olympic Village is outside of the scope of the plan.
That is correct.
And do we know what the catchment of that school is?
It could include parks, parts of this district, certainly. Yes. But the school itself, the physical site, would be outside of the plan. But the kids might not be.
I mean, I'm supportive of schools, and I'm concerned about the loss of school property. I'm just wondering about whether this is in order, and I assume that staff have confirmed that it is in order. I didn't see this. Maybe I missed it in the spreadsheet. Got to go back. Any other insight? Is this compatible with what you're doing? Are there any further staff comments?
Staff have no objection to this amendment, Councillor Hardwick.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I thought it might be helpful to briefly direct councillors to some language that I think is pivotal here in terms of the intent, and that is in the second paragraph. It says, further, council directs staff to consult with the province VSB to help ensure that a plan is developed. It doesn't say we're doing the plan, it says we are helping. Collaborating, helping, providing that information, and that's how I read that. So I think that perhaps those might be pivotal kind of phrases there, as opposed to, it says help ensure plans developed in terms of planning for the funding of new schools. Everybody agrees we need to plan for it. It doesn't say City of Vancouver staff are doing it. It says that we are helping facilitate this because we recognize it's an important part of a complete community. So that's how I interpreted it. And I just thought that might be helpful to offer so that we could move this one along too. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much. I'll just respond to a couple of comments, particularly Councillor Hardwick. It's a fair point. Olympic Village is not necessarily in the Broadway plan, but what we know is that there are many, many, many dozens of children that are currently in Olympic Village going to schools that are currently in the Broadway plan. And so if we did get an Olympic Village elementary school, then logically we no longer have them going outside of their area into the Broadway plan, and that would free up space in the Broadway plan. So if there's any concerns of that piece being out of order, hopefully that will satisfy that. The other thing I would like to mention is that when this council started this term, we were noticing, I certainly was bringing it up and others as well, that we weren't talking about schools in individual public hearing applications. And now, since that has been a repeated concern that's been brought up, we now have that information provided proactively by staff in our public hearing documents. So given the fact that this is going to inform how applications are considered going forward and will reflect the information we get in a public hearing, I think it's very important that we name the fact that schools are a critical part of building a livable city, and that work has to be prioritized in the outset. So I will leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'm happy to support the whole amendment as brought forward. Despite VSB requests, Ministry of Education and Childcare has not approved any major capital projects, new schools, expansions, seismic projects in the district in over 3 years. And we've continued to see throughout this report the need for school capacity. If we're going to build complete communities, we need to have walkable neighborhoods. And to have walkable neighborhoods, you need to have a school in the area. So I'm very supportive of this and everything we can do to work with our VSB partners to ensure that we have schools planned early in processes and not waiting until there's enough children going to other neighborhoods before a school is starting to be decided to be built.
That's it, Councillor Weed? Great, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I will also add one brief comment on this subject. I think Councillor Bligh reflected very well the considerations as to why this is important in the context of the Broadway plan. And I will just add that it is important because as we often see in the city, that development tends to move faster and added density in housing than the ability and capacity for the province to keep up with school demand. And that has been going on for many, many decades, I would argue. And I think to the point around Olympic Village and supporting the VSB and prioritizing schools is when I was serving on school board in 2017, Olympic Village and Cole Harbour were the top two priorities for new school builds, given the pressures in the north part of the city. Cole Harbour was delivered through the BC Hydro agreement for a substation at Nelson Park. And so the other priority was the Olympic Village. And to the point that, yes, there are families, it may be outside the plan boundaries, but families are taking their kids to schools within the Broadway plan area. And so I think it is makes a lot of sense to include it here, but also to focus on that collaboration and working together across levels of government to prioritize schools where there is increasing growth and pressure and demand. And so I appreciate the thoughtful amendment by Councillor Bligh.
Great, thank you. And that does take us to the end of the speakers to this amendment. So to the voting queue, please, clerks. Oh, thank you so much for that reminder. Yes, we're severing C. So the vote first, if you could highlight it, clerks, would be on A and B. Okay, everybody's clear about that? Councillor DeGenova? So that's unanimous. And now we will move to a vote on C.
Oh, there it is.
Councillor Hardwick, we're just waiting for your vote. Okay, and that is unanimous with the Councillor DeGenova, however, in opposition. So that is the end of that particular amendment. Councillor Bligh?
That's all for now. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Kirby Young.
Thank you, Chair. I have one last and final, and I think relatively simple amendment. It's been sent into the clerk. I'll let you move us to an amendment queue. And
yes, I will do that right now. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I will let council know that it's not in your summary, but I did send this into staff later, and they were, thank you very much, got back to me right away and said that they felt the language was fine. It's a very simple amendment, I think, really trying to continue to augment the importance of public amenities, and I'll read it out for the record. That in recognition of the importance of public amenities to support growth and livability, particularly the provision of parks and green space, Council directs staff to report back biannually on the status of anticipated community amenity contributions from the Broadway Plan area, as well as opportunities for further refinement of the public amenity strategy that could support an increase in delivery of park and green space and community facilities above the projections included in the plan. And the key piece here that is, I think, new is that we'll get a regular report back in a reasonable period of time so that we have the ability to keep tabs on how we are doing. And council has that line of sight into it. So That's the spirit of the amendment. I think it's a relatively simple one. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. Go ahead to the amendment. Councillor DeGenova.
I had seen this in my package, Chair, but since Councillor Kirby Young amended Councillor Weep's amendment, I wonder if there's parts of this that are now redundant because staff are now doing a fulsome report back on parks and amenities. So, I mean, I can call it the section number if that's what you need, which is what you need. So that would be 8.7F. But I would ask, and I came ready to support this, but I think it could be redundant now.
Unless staff is prepared to do this right away, we can take a short break. Short break? Yeah, okay. Just take, let's say, a 3-minute break. can take their seats. Yeah, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Kirby Young. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm prepared to rule on this. It is in order. There is a substantive difference between a one-time report on some of the same issues and a significant regular biannual report that is coming forward to council on a cumulative basis. So if this is in order. And Councillor DeGenova, did you want to continue to speak?
I just wanted to say I may choose to abstain from this. I'm not sure that I want to make this decision until after we received the extensive report that I'm still concerned doesn't have any teeth to it, because we've now committed to planning funding for schools. We've committed to planning to not have shadows at independent schools, but we haven't committed to parks and green space and to community amenities in this Broadway plan for families that are going to be living in very small spaces. So,
thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Chair. Did I
just
speak
thought
out of
that.
turn?
No, I just thought that you
Okay.
were. At the end.
I'm finished now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young.
I think that's a holdover, Chair.
Great, Councillor Weep.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's park staff that could speak to some of the particular provisions in park and green space, similar to dog parks, and we're hearing a lot of different groups. So is this something that you would come back with some of your strategies like van splash, van play, dogs parks, or people, dogs, and strategies? Is this the type of thing you think you could report on some of those gaps in some of the park board strategies?
Just wait for her mic. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I do believe we could. Yeah.
So when we this would look at what the gaps are in some of those strategies and opportunities, if we did see, right, some more money or different opportunities to deliver a dog park, recognizing there's been promises made to Mount Pleasant and Kitsilano for a dog park, and we're getting the dogs of Kitsilano and the dogs of East Mount Pleasant emailing us significantly. So I know they don't have a voice here at the table, but I do believe that we need to ensure that we start to delivering on some of those things. So this would help ensure that we're getting reports and looking at opportunities to do those types of park provisions.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to the end of comments on this.
Point of procedure?
Sorry, a point of procedure. Go ahead, Mayor.
Just wondering, Chair, if you can clarify, we're scheduled to go to 10 o'clock. What happens at 10 if we haven't finished?
This will be referred to the next backup date, which is not in my schedule. Go ahead, clerk. Next Thursday from 3 to 5 p.m. It's the only time for which we have quorum on a reserved date.
Or a later date, I guess.
Or then it could be after, but it's, yes.
Right. And in order to extend a debate and decision, we'd have to have unanimous.
Correct.
Do that?
Yes,
right.
we do.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, we are being moved to a vote on this. Thank you. And that is unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. I'll move us back to that queue.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Go ahead. Now, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have circulated 3 amendments, which I think I'd like Council to consider all at once. Although the text of the first amendment is scant, it still makes a big difference in terms of for those renters who are living in the Broadway corridor now, that in the future, if some point their housing is replaced, it offers them, I think, really the best renter protections in Canada, meaning that they could, as their building is being replaced, their moving costs are covered, their
Mayor,
rental.
can I just pause you for a second and move us to an amendment queue so that you don't use up your time? Go ahead.
The plan already includes, compensation for moving, for rent differentials. However, when the tenant, if they choose to move back to a new, the right to return and return to a newly built apartment, this slight change gives them the best option of return. So they can return at a much lower rate, as it's stipulated in the staff report. But I do think that if it's possible for if the tenant's current rent is lower than what's being offered, then they should have that option. So this is a small amendment, but could make a very big difference to especially the long-term tenants that are living along the Broadway corridor. This has been cleared and supported by staff in its text here. The second is just to make sure that renters along the corridor are aware of all this good stuff that can come their way, especially if they find themselves in a building that will be replaced eventually. And the third is just writing a letter to the Premier asking for funding and regulatory adjustments. I did, and those are the three bits. I mean, I have been talking with those and have sent those to council quite a long time ago. Very grateful to staff for helping us get the actual text of the amendment, and I'm hoping for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. And just speaking to the amendment, Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I've sent an amendment to the amendment, which I'm
Yes,
hoping
just a second. I'll move us to an amendment Q2. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm hoping this will be a friendly amendment. The staff has said it's okay. It's after the 12.1.3 part to say further that we require that all tenants in buildings being demolished for redevelopment are offered units appropriate for them. So this is to deal with the issue of what if somebody's renting a big unit for a low price and gets demo-evicted and then gets right of first refusal, but the new unit is way too small. So maybe if they're renting a 1-bedroom now and they're a family of 3, say they could get a couple of extra bedrooms in the new unit. So the purpose of this amendment is that. And then the other crucial word is before, that they be provided with a rent top-up option as per the policy before issuing a demolition permit. So that right now, sometimes they don't, the only weapon that the city has against the landlord, if the landlord doesn't comply, is to not give a occupancy permit, but that happens years after the tenant has experienced a lot of hardship. So the two parts here are to let the tenants have a bigger space if that's what they have now, and to make sure that they get what they need before the demolition permit is issued. So it's a tenant protection addition.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. So to Councillor Swanson's amendment, go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I have some questions about the main amendment, but I also have some questions about this because the word appropriate to some people could be different than to other people. So what's appropriate can be in the eye of the beholder, or in this case, the renter. So I'm going to ask staff, is this language that says appropriate? I understand that there were some questions to some speakers, some back and forth. I believe Councillor Swanson asked if the unit should be of the same size, the exact same size. I'm not sure that we can find that many units of the same size. I'm just concerned about whether or not we're actually going to be able to make this happen. Has this been socialized with industry that they would be able to do this?
Mr. Garrison informs me that this is appropriate to national occupancy standards. That's how we would interpret it. And staff did help Councillor Swanson with this language.
Okay, but would appropriate be the same size of unit?
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor. In this case, because appropriate references, there's a specific reference to
I
the
understand it's the
CMHC occupancy
CMHC.
standards. So what we would do, it wouldn't necessarily mean the same size. It would mean a unit that is appropriate to the size of the household that's occupying it.
Okay, but there's no actual, I was trying to search for it here, actually, just the CMHC guidelines. I've seen them many times. I've participated in tenant relocations with nonprofits and for-profits. I'm just wondering if someone considered that to be appropriate. They were coming out of 1,000 square feet. They wanted to go back into 1,000 square feet. Is that what staff would require of the applicant?
The national occupancy standards refer to the number of people in the matched to the number of bedrooms, and they're relate to parents and kids, and they relate to the genders or sex of the
No
children.
square footage.
It's not a square footage number. It's a bedroom type number appropriate to the household.
That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure when it said appropriate for them as defined. So as long as they are defined, they're not defining themselves, and then we're using CMHC. That's correct. Okay, I don't have any issue with the amendment. I'll come back on for questions on the amendment.
Great, thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Mayor Stewart?
I support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato?
I think my question was addressed through the question to staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That does take us to the end of the speaker's queue. So if you could move us, clerk, to a vote, and this would be on the amendment by Councillor Swanson to this motion, to this amendment by the mayor. That is unanimous. Back to, I'm looking to what happened to the amendment Q2. Oh, okay. I believe it was amendment Q1 now, right? I'm Councillor Swanson. Well, why wouldn't it be the mayor? It should be the mayor, clerks.
I'm good.
Yes, okay. Councillor Boyle? This is to the amended amendment, yeah.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to really briefly speak in support. I'm happy that the amendment to the amendment passed, but also just specifically wanted to speak strongly in support of these stronger tenant protections. I've heard from many renters across the Broadway area about how much relief this will give them in the ongoing anxiety that they feel about housing right now. I think these are really important changes to be making. I hope that we can expand them beyond this area, but really appreciate the work that Mayor Stewart has done in pulling them together and very happy to support them and very grateful for what it will mean for renters across the Broadway plan area.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor DeGenova?
Thanks. I do have a point of information to the mover of the amendment.
Sure.
And Mayor Stewart, I have heard from some potential applicants and people in industry, nonprofit and for-profit, that have said that this could be a problem depending how much redevelopment was to occur and how many people needed to be relocated at once. And I'm just wondering, have you socialized this with industry? And have you actually looked at the numbers and the vacancy rate? Would they be able to find appropriate accommodation within the area that fit the bill here? I just want to make sure that what we're putting into the plan, as you said, is something that we can deliver.
Sorry, we'll just...
Thanks so much. Yeah, have canvassed this extensively, talked with many roundtables about the possibility of this. There are some, developers that are so set on profit, they're not kind of putting back in the community sometimes. So that's, that's their choice, but I don't think the kind of development we want here in the city. We can't be redesigning huge tracts of the city and forgetting about renters. And so I think the staff's initial ideas were very good. This just adds a little extra protection. And of course, the whole plan is structured to build a whole bunch new rental housing on spots that don't dislocate people with, trying to preserve the rental stock until it reaches the end of its natural life over 30 years. So I'm confident from the discussions I've had that this needs to be delivered and can be delivered.
Thanks. And I do have a point of information through you to staff, if I may, Chair. I'm wondering, is this in line with our rental relocation everywhere else in the city, or is this going above and beyond? And if so, why wouldn't we, why would we be doing this in the Broadway plan and not in other areas of the city? Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's okay, thank you. I mean, the main opportunity that gives us the ability to go beyond the standard tenant relocation and protection plans here is the opportunity that's enabled by the added density. And so that allows us to have financially viable projects with these types of much stronger renter protections in place. We could absolutely, and in fact have received some direction from council to look at this kind of stronger tenant protection policies in other parts of the city. The one challenge would be that in order to actually allow viable development to happen, we'd have to also look at the forms of development that are enabled in those areas.
In my last 20 seconds, so this is stronger. This doesn't just align. This goes above and beyond. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are a number of aspects of this that go quite a bit
And
beyond.
could this put market rents up?
I mean, I think our standard approach or thinking on that is that the market sets the rents at what it sets, so that this wouldn't necessarily push those rents up.
But yeah. Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Weeb?
Yeah, this is exciting that we're really kind of moving forward with supporting renters. I've got a question to staff about the implementation. How do we see this being implemented and ensuring that we can deliver on these renter protections?
Yeah, thank you. No doubt implementation is a challenge. It is now with tenant relocation plans that we have in place. So we actually think that in some ways, the opportunities that this plan creates some opportunities that will actually facilitate implementation. For example, the rent top-up idea that's included in this plan, that where renters that are looking in the interim period to find accommodation that in the neighborhood, if they have the opportunity to get the rent top up, it expands the number of units in the neighborhood that are available to them rather than just at what they can afford based on their income. So there's a number of pieces of this that are actually going to make it easier to implement. We do have a team in my department that looks at facilitating affordable housing projects. They also do exclusively focus on tenant relocation plans when rental housing is being redeveloped. We have a process in place now where we look at it at the rezoning process. It's pegged to development permit issuance, so you don't get your development permit until you've demonstrated you have the tenant relocation plan in place that has the needs assessment for every tenant. We then have building permit and occupancy permit holds to guarantee that the plan is implemented. So we do have a robust structure. This is going to be another level of work, but we think it's a positive add-on.
Okay, next question. Recognizing that this is tied to the tenant and not the unit, we're hearing a lot of conversations that tenants might be bought out, but then the developer will get the benefit of the pro forma that the city's utilizing to enact such strong tenant relocations. So should we be doing it more to the unit and less to the tenant, recognizing that we want to ensure that that affordable rental stock, 25% of our city, is kept over in the next phase of this plan?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's why our standard or the staff proposed approach to this does actually secure the below market unit rents on the unit, and then proposes to use those units as the principal way to relocate tenants into housing they can afford. I think the amendment that's on the table, we see it as positive because while that will be the primary approach, there will be some cases, particularly for renters that are very long-term renters that are paying sort of historically low rents. This would capture those renters as well. So we see this as being a positive on that. But I think you're right to say we think the approach of tying that affordability to the below market unit, not just the renter, is better from a development and an enforcement and sort of monitoring compliance perspective.
But tying to the units already included in the report, this is just an addition to make sure we're not leaving anyone behind.
To make sure we're not leaving anybody behind. That's our understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be supportive. I think this is a great addition.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'll be quick and just to support these amendments. I think this is where the real meat of a lot of this work is it has to be, and we obviously have most of the city's affordable rental in this zone relative to the rest of the city, and I think it's important that we protect the existing affordable rentals. I have some additional concerns, but I'll bring those forward in subsequent amendments. So about really monitoring and regulating that rate of change.
Thanks,
This is great.
Councillor
Thank you,
Fry.
Mayor.
That's good. Councillor Hardwick.
I thank you. I've sent some amendments to the clerk, which I was having a little bit of issues around formatting, but hopefully have been received. What I'm hoping is that I'll read it out while it's being formatted. The first is that council direct the mayor to write the premier requesting assistance from his government concerning more provincial funding. And then there's some strikeouts for truly affordable housing to low-income persons and family, for ground-oriented rental, co-op and social housing for the Broadway plan, and citywide in the scale of each neighborhood. I believe that came through. I'll
Sorry,
do them while you're
Clerk, 1 second, Councillor Hardwick. Clerk, that's not the, that is not the language we're seeing up on the screen. Did you send different language in, like 2 different times? Councillor Hardwick?
That's not, yeah, so that new letter, that other one is, yeah, so that's correct. It just took out this, when I transferred it, it took out the strikeout part.
Sorry, the clerks are just, they're having difficulty trying to understand your amendments. Sorry, they'll, just 1 second. Clerk, I wonder if you could just clarify for Councillor Hardwick, or ask Councillor Hardwick about this amendment, which does not appear to be what you are reading.
Current should be, yeah. It should be the council direct the mayor to write the premier. I don't know why the formatting didn't transfer across when I emailed it. I apologize for that. It should have. But just briefly, the word current should not be highlighted concerning not current more. If you can just take out the yellow on the current. Funding.
You don't get to it.
And
You don't get
again, I apologize for this.
Well, you are running your timeout, so you're almost halfway through your time, Councillor Hardwick, and then you will have no more time on this amendment.
Well, I'm afraid under the circumstances, I think it's a formatting issue. It's not going to be done fast enough. So I'm going to have to, if I've only got 3 minutes, I got to pull out now.
Well, you have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Yeah, opportunities and regularly adjustments in order to explain that should be deleted.
I have a point of order here.
I apologize. I don't want to take up council's time with this.
Yeah. Are you withdrawing?
Yeah, I'll withdraw it in the interest of time. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. I appreciate that. Is there a no point of order? Okay. Okay, then we are finished with, I don't see any other councillors on the list. So I think we could be moved to a vote on this amendment. Has everybody, I don't think the right language is on the screen right now, so let's wait a moment till we get the full language. I haven't heard for severing. Right? He did at the beginning say he was going to table it all, so. All right. Everybody's good to go? Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young? And that is unanimous. Great. Back to the main queue. Mayor Stewart?
Yes, Chair, I am just sending in a motion to extend this meeting past 10 p.m. to conclude debate and decision on the Broadway Plan report. And I'm just sending that around now. So I'd like to move that motion.
Okay. I am not seeing any.
I'm on trying to.
Okay, 1 second. I guess I'll. Councillor DiGenova?
I'm not in support of this. I have an event tomorrow morning.
Yep, that's fine. You don't need to explain.
No, but I
You're
do have time in debate, so I'm entitled to that. And I just wanted to say I would be willing to do it if I didn't have an event for civic business at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. We can move to a vote. I'm just going to do it verbally. We don't need to go to the voting screen. As you know, a move to extend to continue with debate and decision needs to be unanimous. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
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 Motion is defeated. Mayor Stewart?
Send a different motion for folks to consider.
Oh, I'm sorry. Those in opposition? Yes, I should have said that. It wasn't a recorded vote. Those in opposition, Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Hardwick.
Okay, so I have a second motion for council to consider, which is to move to conclude this meeting at 10 p.m. and refer the remaining debate and decision to the council meeting following the standing committee on June 22nd.
Great. Okay. Everybody know the motion on the floor. I'll move us to an amendment queue on that. Just a second. I'll move us to an amendment queue on that day. Councillor DiGenova?
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just wondering if a point of information through you, I remember the notices of motion that were called at the last council meeting, and I remember noting the city manager said that there were quite a few of them, and he wasn't sure that we would get through everything. So I'm just wondering if it's realistic that we add this onto that agenda and what day we would probably get to that.
Yeah, I will ask staff to report on that. My understanding is the agenda for that meeting has significantly changed, however. We were going to be considering the Vancouver plan. We're no longer going to be considering the plan at that meeting. But I will ask the city manager to just apprise us of the agenda and his sense around the utility of this move.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, we would certainly do our best to organize the agenda to make space for this. Of course, if it's at the council meeting following standing committee, then it would be subject to the number of motions that are referred for speakers on that day. So that's the unknown for us at this point in time. So it's difficult to say how much time we would have that day.
Right. Is that the information that you need?
It is, but I suppose it would just go into another reserve date if we couldn't fit it in. But I'd want to make sure this would be after the business at the committee meeting, correct?
Clerk, if you want to just respond to the order of business then. It is after the business because it was referred to the council meeting following.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That's fine. All the information I need.
Okay, I'm going to just ask for a vote. Sorry. Oh, we have more. Oh, yes, we do. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make potentially a plea for council to reconsider that we have the opportunity to complete the seminal housing initiative of this council without unduly delaying it. And I think a lot of people are looking for an outcome, and whether it was June 16th and that worked or didn't work for reasons next week, or June 22nd, and we have a full agenda. We have things like a capital plan coming and the Vancouver plan. So I just felt it was incumbent to point out that this is a pretty significant decision that I think people are looking to take. We started hearings on it about a month ago, at least, I think. I think I sent my first amendment in on May 12th. It's June 9th now. So it'll be well over a month and a half, and I'm just, I guess, appealing to councillors to potentially consider the significance of what we're trying to finish tonight here versus, and I know we have long days and I'm sensitive to that, and other, and I truly am, because we've all are feeling that, but versus going to other events, because I'm not sure that, I feel like this is one of the most important things we could just be completing right now. So I'm just going to throw that out there. If there was any indication from colleagues that they might be amenable to that, that would be phenomenal, because then we wouldn't have to hunt this forward for another couple of weeks.
Okay, thanks for that message, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Simply to say, I will, I'll support the current amendment. I actually preferred the option that was presented just a few minutes ago to complete the business this evening, including debate and decision, just in light of, to the point that Councillor Kirby Young just made, that we've been dealing with this for some weeks now, but obviously that wasn't supported. So in the absence of that, I'll support the alternative presented. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I think we have over an hour plus left, and I think making a decision like this at 11 p.m. is not a great time after Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I mean, we've got significant hours, so I actually think that I would like to see this. However, I would rather it not be at the end after a full long day as well. This could be at 10 o'clock again on Wednesday after 2 long days, and so I'm wondering why it's not brought forward as unfinished business like we normally do at the start of the meeting when we're fresh and we can make a proper decision on this, because it is so important to the city of Vancouver. And I would rather do it when we're fresh and ready instead of after listening to all the speakers. This could be again at the similar conversation we're having at 10 o'clock on Wednesday night.
Is that a point of information through me to the mover of the motion?
Sure, I guess I'm asking a question to the mover of the motion. I would rather see it earlier in one of the meetings, because I do think that this is a important conversation to have with fresh eyes, fresh minds.
I'll take that as a question to the mayor.
Yeah, thanks. The city manager and I, of course, every Monday sit down and look at the schedules, working with the clerks to make sure we have enough days scheduled. We only have 3 formal council days left before the end of July, although council has passed a motion that we could extend on through. But with so much stuff coming, that we are trying to, working very hard to slot stuff in the best we can. And this is, we've had quite extensive and ongoing conversations about how to make everything fit. So although this says the council meeting following the standing committee meeting, the standing committee meeting may not even finish on June 26th. And so it might end up being in the day, sorry, the 2nd, because there's, so many members' motions really that are coming forward, lots of speakers. It's hard to exactly gauge it, but this seemed to be the best slot at this point. The earliest one that we thought there might be enough room, and deferring the Vancouver plan is one effect. There's worse news coming for council about what's going to be delayed, just because we are running out of time. You'll see we have the whole last week of July booked now with council reserves, just to try to get through all this business. So really, this is the best shot we have of getting this.
Okay, I heard that we were moving the Vancouver plan, which would have been on Wednesday morning and probably had a pretty large time allocation. So that's why I thought it'd be better, but I will defer to the expertise of the mayor and the city manager.
Thanks, Councillor Weed. Councillor Kirby Young.
Also, in the spirit of trying to be helpful, I'm wondering, because we're in standing committee right now, I'm wondering why we're not referring it not just as unfinished business, but to standing committee instead of the council meeting following the committee meetings, which tend to be long at the end of the evening, but the standing committee gives us a shot of getting it during the day. So I'm wondering through you to the mover if you considered that.
Different standing committee, though. Different standing committee?
Well, if we refer it to council after a standing committee, it's at the end of the full day of business.
It'll be me.
I don't think. Can we do that? Yeah. Sure. We could move it to, we could, yeah.
This is the 22nd?
Yeah. Just gives us certainty there.
I think it's, sorry, just to be clear, I'm suggesting not to the council meeting following standing committee, but just omit to the council meeting following that and just say refer to the standing committee.
If you want to amend that, I'm happy if that's an order, which I think it is, I'm open to that, even though I'm not supposed to discuss, but I'm just.
That would have to be an amendment, Councillor Kirby Young.
Okay, I will go off and let Councillor Dominic speak while I quickly do that. Thanks.
Point of procedure, Chair?
A point of?
Procedure?
Yes.
I'm just wondering if you can assign it to be the first item on the standing committee of that.
Yes, we have done that.
Oh, that might be, thanks for the information.
I'm doing it.
Great. We'll just wait. Language comes through.
Okay, I have sent that in. It's not elegant, but it does the job, I believe. If the clerks receive that? Okay, so the language now says move to conclude this meeting at 10 p.m. Refer remaining debate and decision to the standing committee on June 22nd as unfinished business to be the first order of business or first item of business.
I think it's understood.
Thanks.
All right, so we are on an amendment to Q on that. Councillor Swanson, you're on the list for this amendment. I mean, I'm not sure if you added yourself, but anyway, you are on the list for you intended to be.
Hold over.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody on the queue for this. I'm going to test for a verbal vote first on it. Otherwise, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of this amended version of the mayor's? All those in favor say yay or aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. All right, we have a unanimous decision. Thank you, Mayor. Back to the main queue. Go ahead.
I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Fry.
Oh my goodness, are we back on? Okay, shake it off. Shake it off. Okay. Yes, thank you, Chair. I did circulate some amendments to the clerk. I am so sorry. All right. Yes, and we'll start with the First Amendment. Do we want to do this? Yeah, are we? I don't know that we're going to get through this by 10 o'clock.
Point of procedure. Point of procedure.
There's a point of procedure. Yes, go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
My question is, if Councillor Fry wanted to move to adjourn the meeting now to start his amendments fresh at the beginning of the next meeting, could he do that?
Not really.
We moved that we wouldn't go beyond 10 p.m. We didn't say that we wouldn't stop before 10 p.m.
Sure, I am going to move to recess now, then, if that's the case.
There's no recess. No, it's not a recess.
Oh my God, babe.
All right, so I've just conferred with the clerk, and it would be in order to have somebody move to end this meeting now.
So moved.
Great, okay. Then all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Well, you know what, Council, I just want to say that this has been a complicated process. Clerks, staff, Council, I think we got through a lot of business on this plan, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh,
You did an
wait a second.
exceptional job.
Actually, we have to go into council now to accept the decisions at this meeting. Oh, wait a second. No, we didn't.
We made no decisions.
I think it's all the, I'm taking direction from the clerks, so it's for all the amendments. The clerk, perhaps you could, let's not have a debate on the floor of council about this. Clerk, I wonder if you could just inform council. Okay, I need we're going to go, we do need to go into council to adopt the recommendations and actions of the standing committee. So I'm going to turn over the chair to the mayor. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. I will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions of today's Standing Committee on Policy and Priorities Committee. Can we have the roll call, please, Clerk?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh. Councillor Kirby Young. You have quorum, Mayor.
Thanks very much. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendation for item 1. Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, seconder. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That passes. Thank you. We're moving to recess now, clerks. Adjourn. Someone like to move a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Councillor Hardwick, thanks. Councillor DeGenova, second. All in favor?
Yay.
Opposed? Thanks. We're adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you again, Chair. Thank you, staff.
That was tough.
Epic. Epic.